This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
You know, some whack job can say this stuff and get away with it?
Well, let's get back to it.
Globally, this summer was the hottest on record as in ever. Can you believe that?
No.
During the past 3 months of 2024, the globe has experienced the hottest June and August, the hottest day on record as in ever. Did that make sense? This string of record temperatures is increasing the likelihood of 2024 being the hottest year on record, said an expert. Meanwhile, the Met Office has confirmed that this summer was the coldest in Britain since 2015.
What?
Yeah. And it's all thanks to global warming.
Thank you.
Which doesn't seem to have reached these parts just yet, so keep those wood stoves burning. Do your bit. The Met Office has confirmed that this summer was the coldest in Britain since 2015. Although we had some heat waves and bursts of hot weather, these were fairly short-lived. And conditions across the whole of the 3 months were pretty unsettled, they said. Well, you don't need to be an expert to figure that out. They said August was the wettest month of the... They said August was the wettest month of the summer, with some places in Scotland experiencing double their average summer rainfall during the month. And I bet I know which particular area. I mean, I can check on that. Well, I could check on what's going to happen. I mean, past performance does not necessarily reflect future performance when you're talking about financial products, but you can be pretty sure it's the case when you're talking about the weather in Glasgow. So one moment, please. Locating, please wait. What? Blimey. Well, get ready. Sit down, grip onto something firm. It's not raining at the moment. Can you believe that?
No.
It neither will be raining tomorrow, nor Sunday, nor Monday, nor Tuesday, nor Wednesday, nor Thursday. What? In Glasgow. Pfft, rubbish. It will, however, be raining next Friday, and raining on Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday the 19th. Normal service will be resumed. So you'll be able to dry out, but just for a couple of days, and then you'll be back to damp again. Again. But, and it's a huge but, we are on track for a spectacular autumn, with tree colours predicted to be even more glorious than usual.
Yowza.
Science says this is all down to heavy rainfall that we have been suffering. So, not all bad, no?
Yes.
However, a truly stunning autumn is still not entirely certain, as there are a number of other environmental factors to consider. Would you like to hear about all of them?
Negative.
OK, carrying on. Saturday, showers in the north, drier and warm elsewhere. Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday, thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. Would you like to hear the long-range forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
Keep up, dear. No, you say. Right, middle 2 weeks of September. God, it's the middle of September. I can't stand it. Is time speeding up, or am I hallucinating? Middle 2 weeks of September. At first, unsettled with showers or longer spells of rain, mostly in the northwest. Mostly. Then dry with spells of wet and windy weather for here, there and everywhere, baby. Then, last week of September, first week of October. Ugh, I can't. It's just unbearable. Driving into work today, and it's dark by the time I get here now. And you could see it coming. Ugh. Last week of September, first week of October. Wetter to northwestern parts, end of this month, beginning of next. While southern and eastern areas should turn drier, with the potential for brief spells of warm weather in the south. Brief spells of warm weather in the south, we'll take it. Tariq texts all the people who have managed to secure tickets for Oasis at a ridiculously high price. Do they think they will eventually look back in anger? Tariq is being amusing. No?
No.
You can go ahead and do that now. I mean, you just got caught up in the frenzy, and a lot of people who weren't really into it at the time. I mean, some people cute for those tickets and spent way over the odds. They weren't even born first time around. What are you nostalgic about? But all of those people, you can go ahead and be disappointed with yourself now. There's so much of it coming out the radio, and it's just so ponderous and drudgy and blah. All sound the bloomin' same. Liam Gallagher has shrugged off criticism over the Oasis ticket sale fiasco in a series of tweets, including telling one fan to shut up and another to buy kneeling ticket, not standing tickets, kneeling tickets. Why wouldn't anybody want to pay a huge amount of money to see that bunch? The singer broke his social media silence shortly after the competition watchdog announced it had launched an investigation into Ticketmaster's handling of sales for the band's forthcoming tour, including how dynamic pricing may have been used to adjust the price. I mean, that whole idea that there is such a thing as dynamic pricing for something that was going to sell out straight away anyway. Well, what's that about? There are no seats left. There's no lack of demand. The internet exploded with demand all at the same time, as you would have expected, with something with that level of hype attached to it. What are they talking about? Dynamic pricing. It's like saying that the price of a pudding should go up if you order it at the end of your meal, you know, when the demand is highest. Initial excitement about the Gallagher brothers' reconciliation. I failed to understand how anybody could possibly be excited by the mono-browed twins. Initial excitement about the Gallagher brothers' reconciliation soon gave way to dismay and outrage. People were furious after fans... It says here in The Guardian, initial excitement about the Gallagher brothers' reconciliation soon gave way to well, you can tell it's The Guardian because they use the word reconciliation. Would they use that in the Mail? No, they would not. Would they use it in the Sun? Of course not. Initial excitement about the Gallagher brothers' reconciliation soon gave way to dismay and outrage last weekend after fans remembered what a whiny, plodding dirge they play and how monumentally boring a stage act they are.
What?
I'm sorry, I'll read that again. Initial excitement about the Gallagher brothers' reconciliation soon gave way to dismay and outrage last weekend after fans complained that the prices for the 17 shows were increased without warning. They needed a warning.
Warning, warning.
Fans say they queued online for hours, only to find that the price of the £135 standing tickets had risen to £355. £355. That is over 700 quid for 2 seats for FAC fans, and you don't even get seats. I am stunned. Carol McGiffin said something that I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin.
Yeah.
And I think it might be the podcast coming out on Monday, or it might be the one that was just up today. And she was saying, well, you know, all those people, they were determined to get tickets for the first night because you know what will happen? They'll have an argument on night one, fall out again and cancel the tour. So you've got to go on the first night. £355 to stand up for 2 hours of what sounds to me like the same song over and over and over again, sung by a grown-up behaving like a toddler, with his cagoule zipped up to his neck like he's not staying. On Friday morning, Liam posted on X, Oasis are back, you're welcome, and I hear their attitude stinks. Good to know some things never change. And for those keeping score, he misspelled your, their, and somethings. All wrong. Incorrect. See me after class. When fans responded by criticising the ticketing approach, including one user on social media who said he didn't expect Oasis to rip off the fans as much as they have, Gallagher replied, shut up. You could be the President of the United States of America with that kind of language.
Oh, shut up!
He is all about the fans, is our kid. Just doing his bit for the fans. Yeah, sure. Okay. Anything you say. Paul in Shoreham says, "Hi Nick, 2 days ago I was wearing a short sleeve shirt. Now I'm wearing a jumper over a long sleeve thermal shirt." Yeah, you and me both. I'm wearing 2 layers of wool in between 2 layers of cotton. You believe that? I mean, I only took my woolen undershirt off for about a month this year. I had to practically take it off with a blowtorch. Paul in Shoreham says, "Hi Nick, 2 days ago I was wearing a short sleeve shirt. Now I'm wearing a jumper over a long sleeve thermal shirt. When I think about the summer, I'm reminded of that clip of Johnny Rotten saying to an audience, 'Ever get the feeling you've been cheated?' Yes. Yes, I do. And when those people trudge out of that drudge rock concert from Oasis, I'm sure that they'll feel pretty much the same way, if they aren't doing so already. Betcha, 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 they are doing so already. Buy in haste, regret at leisure. At your leisure. Marv texts, "Hi Nick, the news that Raina had a bop in Ibiza is truly shocking. At least she could have wrecked some swings or given a multi-million-pound contract to her buddies. But to have a bop is OTT. Can the Tories just shut their putrid, vile mouths for, let's say, 5 years? Not a lot to ask, is it? Well, I wouldn't say so, no. I have been urging them to observe a moment's silence. Let's start with 5 years and see how we go. But they just can't help themselves. God, I saw that bloke who sounds like somebody who's cruelly denied his surname of a vowel. Philp, Chris Philp, droning on in Parliament. And I just think, are you people still speaking? This text says, Donald Trump's meandering dialogue is like listening to a sat-nav that keeps recalculating the route mid-sentence. In doing so, he takes a detour through an infomercial and irrelevant anecdote and then stops at a golf course, looking pleased with himself for a job well done, without ever reaching the original destination or remembering what it was. Yeah, and he's getting worse.
Don't be rude.
Much, much worse. I mean, it's the words that he uses are familiar to us. It's the order in which he puts them that aren't.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Oh, hello.
The prison population... Shall we talk about prisoners just for a moment? The prison population has reached a new high today as under-pressure ministers refused to rule out sending British prisoners to Estonia, wherever that is. Official figures show that there were 88,521 people behind bars on Friday. That is 171 more than the previous record set at the end of last week. And if you read social media morons hyperventilating about this and throwing their ignorance all over the internet, those brave patriots have been sent to jail simply for expressing a love of their country. Don't let the pictures showing them trying to set fire to a hotel and throwing bricks at police persons while they were doing it affect your opinion of them. All the numpties on social media sowing disinformation. The prison population has now risen by 1,025 people over the past 4 weeks and now stands at its highest level since the weekly population data was first published in 2011. The sharp rise is likely to have been driven by the number of people remanded in custody or given jail sentences following the recent disorder across parts of the country. Skier came down on them like a ton of bricks. Which was one of the things I wasn't expecting from the new regime. The latest figures come days before the government's temporary early release scheme is due to come into effect on September the 10th. They're also, the government, is also reported to be investigating the possibility of sending some inmates to prisons in Estonia to increase capacity in the short term. We already lock up pretty much more of our population per head than any other country in Europe. And we're now we're now selling them abroad. It's our number one export, criminals. Estonia, the Eastern European country, has confirmed it would offer up prison rooms for rent to other states, as many of its prisons are half empty due to its low crime rate. Low crime rate? Do they mean a low capturing criminals rate? No idea. I mean, are we a particularly criminally inclined country compared to Eastern Europeans? I find that hard to believe, don't you? The Ministry of Justice of this country is said to be investigating all viable options to free up spaces in UK prisons which were on the point of collapse, as our schools are, in fact. And I think we all know whose fault that is, and if he ever did time for it, then that certainly would be.
Major capital letters, big news story.
Meanwhile, some judges have been warned not to send people to jail over low-level crimes to ease the overcrowding issue in Britain's prisons. But, correct me if I'm wrong, but jail is hardly a good place to send people guilty of low-level crimes in the first place, ain't it? Unless they are guilty of low-level crimes against me, in which case hanging's too good for them. And it's all the fault of the Labour government, which has failed in the first few weeks in power to fix all of the problems of 14 years of unbridled Toriness. Thanks a lot, Keir so-called Starmer. No! Meanwhile, in Estonia, the Minister of Justice, Lisa Pakosta, previously said the scheme could be worth £25 million and suggested that Britain and Sweden are already in talks to ship prisoners to the Baltic nation. Well, why stop there? I mean, how about an off-planet penal colony? I've seen that film. Loads of shaven-headed Brits getting eaten by an alien that mostly comes at night. Mostly. The plan could also deliver a well-needed cash injection to Estonia, the Baltic country, and help in boosting its finances. Then maybe they could invest in some police officers to catch all the criminals that could occupy all of those empty jail cells that they're boasting about. Shipping criminals to Estonia, which is a population of 1.3 million, was first suggested by ex-Conservative Justice Secretary Alex Chalk last year. However, the proposal received a backlash, with the Prison Reform Trust branding the idea as half-baked. And half-baked is where we're at the moment. We've had 14 years of fully baked, so half-baked would be a step forward. Don't you agree, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Not commenting on that.
Blah, 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 blah.
What an absolute sack of a man he is. Since taking office, the Labour Party has cut the proportion of sentences inmates must serve behind bars from 50% to 40%. And this is a temporary move, so they say, which is due to start on the 10th of September, expected to result in 5,500 offenders being released in September and October. And as one, the right-wing press are experiencing a Victorian fainting fit at the very idea. As though serving 40% of your sentence would make the slightest difference to the outcome. I mean, they're either going to reoffend or they're not. It's what happened to them inside that counts, not the weeks added or taken away from the experience that matters. Ain't it? And besides, the early release doesn't apply to those convicted of sex offences and terrorism and domestic abuse or some violent offences. And those released early will serve the rest of their sentence under strict licensing conditions. The cost of housing a prisoner in England and Wales stands at £50,000 a year. Blimey. 50,000. How does it cost £50,000? The price of constructing a jail is £600,000 per inmate. I bet a suite at the Ritz would cost £600,000 to trick out the inside of. Mind you could leave that any time you like. The average cost per inmate is much lower in Estonia, with the estimated cost believing to stand between 10 and 20,000. 50,000 in this country, could be 10,000 in Estonia. But as a special deal, if you buy 10 Estonian prison places, you get one free in participating prisons. Terms and conditions apply. Meanwhile, a Downing Street spokesmodel said that reports that the government were planning to send prisoners from England and Wales abroad to Estonia due to overcrowding were plans laid by the previous Conservative administration, and that it has no plans to implement that policy.
What?
So, everything that I've just told you has been denied by the government, which is bizarre because there's a lot of detail in there. The government spokesmodel said the Justice Secretary has been clear that we have to bring in reforms to tackle the prison capacity crisis.
Oh, no.
They haven't been in power for 100 days, and yet they're already using the language of the dark side. The Justice Secretary has been clear that. That is dark side talk, that is. Can't believe they've dragged that one out of the cellar. They said, I would point out that this was the policy of the former government and that this government has made no such plans or announcements with regards to Estonia. But that hasn't prevented the British press from plastering pretty much every other page that doesn't have pictures of the blooming Beckham's kids on them. It's just kind of disappointing, apart from anything else, that they're using the language of the Tories. The Justice Secretary has been clear that. I mean, that just grated on me so much at the end of their regime. It's all my fur is standing on end, just having had to say it. They said, I would point out that this was the policy of the former government, and we have no such plans with regards to Estonia, said a government spokesman, which, if a Tory government spokesman had said that, would have meant that they do have such plans. It was the way that they told them. Crooked. So, in the unlikely event that you are caught for doing something that you shouldn't oughter by an officer of the law that happened to be passing by on their way home after a gruelling shift filling in forms for 12 hours, then you might find yourself in a jail in Estonia, which the Home Office has described as, and this is a direct quote, generally good. That's what the Home Office has described jails in Estonia as. Generally good. Shall we assume that that means they're not?
Yes.
I'll assume that now to save time later. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. You can't email me because I've been locked out of my account here. They told me to change my password, and I did. And I was very, very careful. I wrote it down, entered it twice, and it got the hump with me for some unknown reason, and now I can't get into my account. So forget the emails. You can text 84850. WhatsApp 0345 6060 973, and the phone calls on that number too, 0345 6060 973. Robin Great Yarmouth says, now we've finally got a new government, I can finally, two uses of the word finally in the same sentence. Now we have a new government, I can finally stop eating turnips. 2 years plus, they told us, to eat seasonal food, but if I eat another turnip, I may pass out, says Rob. I've got bad news for you, Rob. I think we're just coming into turnip season. And Charlie in Addleston says, I watched Alien Romulus at the cinema this morning. Me and the missus were the only people in there. Bit of a slow start, but I think you'll love it. Mostly. You went to see Alien in the morning? I think I'd need a run-up. I think I'd need to at least have lunch before I saw something like that. But he's a post-Brexit person in that regard. You're made of sterner stuff than me, Charlie.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
What number are you calling from?
0345 6060 973. Here is a call in South Wales. Hello, Jeff.
Well, Nick, how are you keeping, boy?
I am super. Thanks for asking.
I noticed it's fine in Glasgow.
Yes.
But I'll tell you what, it's raining down here.
Is it?
It's not a hose pipe, it's a water cannon. It's unbelievable.
Really?
You couldn't believe it down here. It's like you've got to battle your way through it. It's
Yes.
hammering down.
There's a lot of that about. Carol McGiffin, who I do a podcast about, and I mentioned her just moments ago.
Yeah.
She was banging on about what a massive storm they'd just had in France. And I think it crept up here because in London, the past few days it's just been epically wet.
Yeah, well, it's reached us, and it's, I don't know if that's what you've been having. Well, it's impossible. Anyway, it's the first week. Keep you informed what's happening down this neck of the woods.
Yes.
This will be the first week that all primary school children in Wales are entitled to a free school meal.
Well, it's interesting that you would say that because I am looking at the Caerphilly Observer as we speak. I am.
Oh, okay, cool.
Free school meals have been rolled out to all primary school pupils in Wales. All primary school pupils in Wales are now able to receive free school meals after the Welsh Government completed its nationwide rollout. It means every child up to and including the year 6 are now eligible for some mush on a plate with gravy and mixed vegetables.
Disgusting.
Well, look, can I just say, if you think about it, chew that one over for a bit. It's if you know this riot that's going on, because the Labour Party won't give, they've cancelled the survival methods for old people for this winter. They are not going to
They've ripped the blanket off their knees.
And they are not going to change the 2-child thing, with the allowance.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, if a kid gets a free school meal, it's a big help on that family that has only got across 3 or 4 kids. They'll all be entitled to a free. At least they're going to get a free school meal.
Well, now, what is the nature of this meal, though? Because some kids just flat out do not want to eat that. Do you remember school dinners?
I loved them.
Did you?
Yeah, I as an ex-teacher, I know how important that is for kids.
Yeah.
It is really like it's all right to say, but those kids need proper nutrition. If they're hungry, they'll eat it. You know what I mean? I've seen it. It's essential.
That seems like a sticking plaster to me. I mean, of course it's essential, but if kids are so hungry that or if families are so poor that they're sending their child out to school without eating anything, then I think that what the government should be addressing is the poverty part, not the hungry part. Although that is, as sticking plasters are sometimes useful before you get to, see an actual trained physician.
Right. Well, I can see the point you're making, but you need to make a start somewhere.
Yeah.
The Labour Party are committed to doing absolutely nothing at the moment because they haven't got any money, and it's all the Conservatives' fault. I buy all that. I'll accept all that.
Yeah, I'll accept that too, yeah. For a limited period, for a while.
Yeah. But so where do you start? Well, I think it's a brilliant place to start, is to feed kids. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, what they're doing is they're presenting children with a meal. Whether they eat them or not is another thing entirely. Maybe there have been great strides in kitchen cuisine in schools since I were allowed, because it weren't grand at all. It were dreadful, particularly the vegetable medley part. If there was anything more disgusting to put on a plate than vegetable medley, just the very idea. I can still smell it now. Oh, I think I'm going to bomb.
But hang on now. Wait, before you condemn everybody, every school will be different, wouldn't it? A good cook, whatever, a thoughtful one, the one who worked out what's best to attract kids.
Really? Don't they have like the curriculum is set down? Aren't meals set down as well? Because it could just be a plate of chips or Smarties.
Well, we'll find out, don't we? We'll find out. But it's a start.
Actually, mashed potatoes and Smarties. Doesn't that sound good? I mean, I think I've got something there because the colour would drain off, which would be pleasing to kids because then you get like multicoloured mash, and then the chocolate would melt into chocolate flavoured mashed potato.
Oh, lovely!
I tell you what, Jeff, you patent that idea.
Okay.
Make it into a product. Do all the advertising and the promotion, and we'll split it 50-50. What do you say?
Okay, that's fine, Nick. But just before you go, it was in teeth of opposition from this Welsh Labour. It's not the Welsh Labour Party. It's a branch office of the Labour Party. And Starmer has given the word, no way this is going to happen. This was before the election. This was a year ago. And he sent down no way, but they were forced through to do it by Plaid Cymru, who did a deal with the Labour Party to allow the budget to go through. And then the Labour Party said, OK, we'll let them have a free school meal.
Yeah. Well, on the other hand, though, Tories hate it too.
Oh, you can say that again. Oh, yeah.
Because very few children that go to infants class are donors to the Conservative Party. So you can see why they might disapprove. Yeah.
They certainly are. There was a guy down here. They are making moves to get rid of him. He's the leader, well, whatever. He just leads the Conservatives in the Assembly, the Senate, and he's a apoplectic slaphead. That's the only way I can describe him. You know, he's just
you're not being rude, but
no, I'm being very to the point.
Accurate is what you're being. Yeah.
Yes, but they are making moves actually to get rid of him because he's been making some silly mistakes. Because there's a long history down here of getting rid of anybody who's in charge. I mean, they've got rid of about 3 at the moment leaders of the Senate, the First Minister. They keep changing the leaders of the other party. But the one big thing that we've all worried about down here is the rise of reform. The reform.
Really?
Farage's
in Wales, really?
Yeah. They are making moves down this neck of the woods, right. And it's annoying a lot of people.
They're making moves for Nigel.
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah, that's him.
All right, thanks a lot, Jeff.
Okay.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. The Shadow Education Minister, Tom Gifford, said there had been flaws in Labour's delivery of the scheme and criticised low quality and small portion sizes due to councils struggling with Labour's budget cuts. Labour's budget cuts. I mean, it's absolutely priceless, isn't it? They were in power for 14 years, and just as I predicted, I mean, it wasn't an original thought, and it was entirely obvious that this is the way it was going to go. The second that they were heaved out of power, the Tories blamed everything that was wrong with this country on the incoming Labour government. Remarkable. I mean, the nerve of them, really. It's just, it's a thing to behold, ain't it? This text says it's pouring down in South Wales. This one says, hi Nick, for the past 2 days, South Wales feels like it's twinned with Glasgow. It's not stopped raining for a constant 48 hours. It seems like a theme now. This one says, we know it's raining in Glasgow. I'm going to Malaga on October the 1st. Please inform me of the weather there. No. I'll do nothing of the sort. I don't want to and you can't make me. Oh, my God. I've got all of those all these messages. Nobody uses the phone anymore apart from to waggle their thumbs at it to make text messages. It's kind of infuriating. But I'll keep reading the phone number out anyway, just in case. 0345 6060 973. Simon in Norfolk says, regarding your comment on time speeding up, it's common knowledge that life is like a toilet roll. The nearer the end, the faster it goes. It really is quite alarming. But there's no point in telling kids about it because they'll hear it and it'll just bounce right off them. You know, make every moment last. Live every day like it's going to be your last. Well, no one should live every day like it's going to be their last because Well, they'll be broke by the end of the week, apart from anything else. And fired. So don't take that advice, but just try to take it on board that, although it may seem as though if you're 20, 40 is an epoch away, it really isn't. Because when you get to 40, you'll be spun around with amazement at how quickly it's gone. Trust me. You'll cease to have a relationship with the number of your birthday. You will be an age which sounds ancient to you, but it won't feel like it when you get there. But like I said, you can't tell the kids that because they have no concept of what it is that you're talking about. Time is different to them. Simon in Windsor says, my mate got 4 tickets for Oasis in Cardiff. As far as I'm concerned, he'll be better off listening to old Beatles records. Yeah, if you slow old Beatles records down just ever so slightly, then that'll be... And pay £15 for a pint of lager. And if you put that record player as far away as it's possible to get in your garden, then that will recreate the experience for you. And then you can have somebody behind you pee on you for that total Oasis experience.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
No, not on this or any other subject. Mark sexts. He may do, but that's neither here nor there. To this show, he texts, I have 2 tickets for Oasis, which I am happy to swap for a GP appointment. Glenn Wilson in Barrow in Furness says, I don't care about the Oasis concert. I want a 3-part miniseries about how the brothers reconciliated before I pony up any cash. Paddy Considine plays Noel. Barry Keoghan, probably not how you pronounce that, plays Liam. I have no idea who any of those people are. And Marion in Bromley says, totally agree with you about Oasis. What's up with all those people queuing for almost a day and paying a fortune for this? I don't know. I think the ones who are old enough to have heard it first time around, they're just trying to relive their youth. Trying to get back a little bit of that excitement of youth. You know, when their knees worked, they didn't groan when they sat down, and there was just an outside possibility of them having, hot interpersonal relations with somebody else.
Disgusting.
So that's what they're trying to get. What blows my mind is the people who weren't even born then who were queuing up to buy £300 tickets to stand. Never mind about sit down, to stand up. 350 quid. I suppose some of them may have thought, well, I've gone to a retro store. It still doesn't seem retro to me, but it actually is. I've gone to a retro store and I bought a bucket hat and an oversized T-shirt and some stonewashed jeans. And I look like I'm in the Happy Mondays, so I might as well go and see one of those bands from that era. Other than that, I don't get it. Tex says, I really don't understand why all these people are willing to spend so much money on a sugary fruit drink. Is Oasis a sugary fruit drink? It's not the supermarket aisle I tend to dally in. He says, I blame Keir Starmer or Meghan Markle. No! Is there nothing that woman won't do to try to ruin our year? And Sam says, cheer up, Nick. At least the clocks go forward soon so you can enjoy an extra hour of darkness in the evening. Yeah, and it's hurtling towards us as well. I can't stand it. Oldbury, Ranjit.
Hiya, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, just to let you know, it's had absolutely no rain here today whatsoever.
Huh.
And it was absolutely sticky and hot.
Yeah, it was close, yeah.
It was very close, yeah. Sweat was pouring down me, down
into the chips.
No extra charge for the chip, for the sweat on me.
God, that's awful.
Yeah, I just want to say, we were sending people to Australia, weren't we, like 200 years ago when they were prisoners, yeah? Is that history going to start repeating itself now then, and Estonia might be the new Australia?
I don't really know very much about Estonia. So during one of these breaks, I looked up what their exports are, and they export cars and machinery and petrol. Petrol products are one of the things that they
I don't know.
No.
The thing is, like the Tories, me and you have been discussing this for about 2 years, right?
Oh,
that they're lying.
Hang on a minute. You know what they sell? Electricity. Hot, delicious electricity. That's what Estonia sells. It's their third biggest export. Can you believe that?
Where is Estonia anyway? I don't even know where it is. Is it near the M25 anyway?
Yeah, it's pretty near the M25. Yeah, if you just keep going around and around and around, you'll find it eventually.
Yeah. We've been discussing this for ages, right? Now, about how the Tories have got all their ducks lined up in a row even before they lost the election.
Yes.
Yeah? On how to try and beat the, what you call it. Now, how pathetic is it?
How to beat the what?
How to, try and beat Labour and pick faults out on them because they've laid all the traps for them to fall into.
Right. They salted the earth and they laid booby traps here, there and everywhere and made it as difficult as they possibly could for an incoming Labour government to actually make any headway so that they could just hang around the outskirts of politics, just chucking little bombs in every now and again in the expectation that a public with a short memory will vote for them the next time. That's the plan, Budge?
I can't comment on that.
Blah, blah, blah.
So they've been pretty pathetic talking about Angela Rayner, going and having a dance. Is that it now? They've got nothing else left in their armoury at all now.
Just think, what would Donald Trump do? And that's about their level.
It is, yeah. But the thing is, right, people now, right, are... To me, people... I was talking to somebody, a friend of mine come to see me this morning, and he's a pensioner, and he's a lifelong Labour supporter. And he started falling for the trap as well, and saying, look, listen, we're being shot. I said, hang on, it's not even been signed, sealed and delivered yet, has it? About these pensions, winter fuel allowance.
The pension.
Right?
Well, they keep digging their heels in. They are asked about it quite a lot, and then they keep saying, nope, we've made our mind up. I find that surprising. I would be... I'll tell you what, Ranger, I'll lay you a bag of chips...
Yeah.
That mind you wouldn't want to win a bag of chips, would you?
Not with my sweat on it. No, but I know what you mean. I don't think they're going to. I don't think Keir Starmer's going to commit political suicide so quickly in his career.
But
right?
If he's going to do unpleasant things and unpopular things, then now's the time to do it, and then people will have forgotten about it by the time he starts throwing the money around just before the next election, because that's the way things go.
Did he make your day, right, when Priti Patel got knocked out in the first round? It made my day. I tell you what, I would have loved to have met her and shook her hands and said, listen, this is what the public thought of you, and now this is what your party thinks of you. And Corella Doberman, she played the blind as she did. She kept out of it because she knew she was going to be knocked out before Priti Patel. Right, and it shows that even within their party, these kind of far right wing views. I mean, Robert Jenrick, he's right wing, but he wasn't like a prominent person, right? Priti Patel being knocked out, and that whip sound you made, right? When we were like that. I just thought, you know what? Bang! You've been squatted, love.
Yeah,
right? You've been
but
squatted.
I think that Robert Jenrick does appear to be, well, he's the fellow that covered up the cartoons in the child's welcome centre or processing centre or whatever you want to call it. So that's who he is. He's like the child catcher out of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah, I was going to say he's like the Wicked Witch of the West, isn't he?
There you go.
Yeah, he's. But the thing is, this is what at the moment people want. This is what people think they want. right? And obviously people made up their mind on July the 4th that they didn't want the Tories, right?
Well, not
right.
enough of them for my liking. I mean, if you take just the amount of votes cast for each party, it wasn't remotely as cut and dried as I would have expected, having suffered through the previous 14 years. But, you know, some people you just can't reach.
Yeah, but that's because the masses are asses, right? And the Tories have spent 14 years, right, trying to make asses out the masses, and they've been, you know, socially conditioning them like that, right?
Great success, yeah.
Right, with great success. So if you're not going to go out and vote, whether you voted for the Tories or whoever, then in my opinion, you haven't got a voice and you haven't got a dog in the game at all. Right, so when these people are going to walk all over you or whatever, then as far as I'm concerned, suffer, right? But people like you and I, we have to suffer as well with them.
Yeah,
and that's
what's that about? Exactly.
Yeah, that's wrong, yeah. So if I could carry a separate passport and say, listen, I'm a Labour supporter, you can't touch me, and this is a force field, and you're a dumb Tory supporter. I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean? Or you support Farage, yeah? I mean, you should do an outside broadcast one day down to Clacton, right, and see how many people have seen.
Yeah, let me think about that for a second.
No,
Ranjit.
I watched that James O'Brien interview with Nigel Farage. I watched it twice the other day, right? I'll tell you what, that was a killer. No wonder Nigel Farage hates James
I bet
O'Brien.
Nigel Farage still wakes up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat at the very thought of it. Yes, it remains my favourite political interview of all time. It's Nigel Farage versus James O'Brien, still available on the World Wide Web, and I recommend you take a peek, unless your name is Nigel Farage. Branch
yeah, I watch it. It's PSD. He's suffering from PSD now. Nigel Farage, he's over that. Right? He should go and see a doctor and say, listen, mate, you know what? I've had a bad experience with a very good journalist, right? Who totally, and he asked him, he says, you know, what language do your children speak to their mum? German. He says, oh, what's your problem with two brown people speaking in their language on the bus? You know what? I'd love to have you interview him as well.
No. No, definitely not. How about a seconds out round two with James O'Brien? I'd pay surge pricing on Ticketmaster for a seat to see that. Ranjit, gotta go. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Laura texts, hi Nick, it isn't cold, I'm still wearing my shorts. Well, that's just crazy talk, Laura. Steve from, blimey, how do you pronounce that? Gouex. Jeux. In France, texts, ticket prices. We are in France and can get tickets to see the Libertines, far superior to Oasis in La Rochelle for €37. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with the price of tickets to go and see Oasis. Whether they are superior or not, in your opinion, Steve, is neither here nor there. And this says, with Priti Patel out of the Tory leadership contest, is there now no hope of anyone of stature challenging skier? I hope the one with the plastic spaghetti head comes back to save the country. The plastic spaghetti hair.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
This is absolute tosh.
Are you trying to tell me that this is your act?
Sadly, yes, this is it. 0345 6060 973. Martin says, Nick, Oasis ain't even the best band to come out of Manchester, never mind the UK. Well, whoever said they were? Oasis, the best band to ever come out of the UK. Everybody in Liverpool has got their finger in the air. Which finger? Don't ask. He says they couldn't even lace 10cc's boots. Yeah, that is correct, Amundo. Great band, 10cc. I mean, some of the stuff that they produce is just marvellous. The first album I ever bought was, be careful when you say it, Very, very careful.
Warning.
Sheet music. Oasis, 10cc, sheet music. First album I ever bought. I stand by that. I think it's a fine piece of work. Oasis ain't even the best band to come out of Manchester. Whoever said they were? Never mind about the UK. I mean, come on. Please. Bay City Rollers. Better. All right, I take that back. It says, Nick, after Kamala wipe the floor with Donny next week, what do you think will be his excuse to pull out and drop it all on Vance? I don't know. Maybe he'll get. Donald Trump will get some of his very, very nice people on both sides to hang J.D. Vance. That's the only reason that VP place became available, because they tried to do that to the last one. Tina in Ebervale says, I have a feeling that Oasis will one day do Snooze Fest. That's a good idea for a festival. A snooze fest. How come nobody's thought of that? I have a feeling that Oasis will one day do... I have a feeling that Oasis will do one snooze fest of a sing-along and fall out big time, walking away without a care. They did it before and they'll do it again. Well, somebody in their contract should make absolutely certain and stipulate that they have to complete all of the concerts before getting any of the money. That'll learn them. Southwark, hello, Robert.
Hello?
Yes, Robert.
Hi, I'm on the air.
I don't know. I'm going to put you on hold. What do we think about that one? I'll try it. All right, then. Why not? Yes, Robert.
Yes, so I'd just like to bring up the whole Estonia thing again. It's quite interesting, isn't it? It's quite surprising as well, and worrying and saddening that, crime has got to a number where we can't even, keep prisoners in the UK anymore.
Well, I don't know that that's true. Has crime got to that number? Because unless we are a much more criminal country than any of our European neighbours, why do we lock up so many of our people per head of population?
Well, that's the thing. And then you ask yourself the question as well, is this trend going up? So should we build more prisons, or should we take, short-term decisions and send them off to Estonia? And I actually have another potential solution, if you don't mind me presenting it.
Okay, very concerned about that word solution. Go ahead.
Well, have you ever watched the show Bad Lads Army?
No. What is it?
It's a very interesting show where they get some bad lads and they put them in 1950s style army.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, the army's talking about how they're, short on recruits, and also there's other opportunities in civil service, gardeners and highwaymen and all these different positions that need to be filled. And I think that non-repeat offenders and non-violent offenders, could fill those boots.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, there was some sort of scheme, the details of which escape me, but there was some sort of community restorative punishment. If somebody sprayed a building with graffiti or something, then they scrub it off with a brush. That makes perfect sense to me, but they canned that, the incoming Labour government, because they said it was too expensive. Well, sending people to prison is expensive at the point at which you send them, but also for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and I think the army is also interesting because I'm in the process of applying myself now, and so I've just got my final assessment for the AOSB main board.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, just a childhood dream, and I think I'll regret it if I don't do it.
A childhood dream to be in the army?
Yeah.
Really?
Of course. Well, it's not a completely absurd thing, isn't it?
Well, most children would want to be a rock star or a footballer or an influencer these days.
I grew up watching World War II documentaries with my father.
Right.
So it was, I think that shaped it.
You want to do that, okay?
Yeah. So, but one of the things I found quite interesting was there's a physical requirements for the assessment, which is one thing, which is very important. But equally as important is an understanding of what an officer does, how the army is structured, and also knowing what the six standards and the 6 values and the 3 standards are.
What are the 6 standards? Discipline, right? Yeah, discipline.
Discipline, courage, both moral and physical courage. Mm-hmm. God, let me get my notes out. This is a good revision.
Oh, wait a minute. You failed this test.
I'm really glad you're not interviewing me right now. I'll read them all out to you now.
Yeah.
So 6 values are courage, discipline, respect for others, loyalty.
RESPTEC, respect.
Respect for others, integrity, loyalty, and selfless commitment.
Right.
And the 3 standards are
remembering stuff.
Sorry.
Yes.
3 standards are being lawful, having acceptable behaviour, and also remaining professional. And these are all, things, morals, which I think criminals could learn a lot from.
Yes. Well, very much depending on what kind of criminal we are talking about. And unless you intend to actually, not that it's whether you intend it or not would make any difference one way or the other. But if your suggestion is sending them into the army or sending them into something that looks like the army, like that TV program that you outlined, then that's a big difference, because the TV program, I mean, what could they actually do to those kids on that TV show? Absolutely nothing whatsoever. They could shout at them a little bit, they could tell them to do push-ups, but if the kids said no, what was going to happen to them? Nothing.
Oh, no, you need to watch the show. You need to watch the show before you comment. I'm telling you, if they run away, they get dragged back in. There's a scene where one of the...
Yeah, but not physically, though, surely.
Physically, I promise you. Just watch the clips, watch the clips from it, and, the scenes where there's about to be a punch-up and everything like that. Mm-hmm. It's serious stuff. But I'm not proposing...
Did they actually say that the experience improved them in any way, apart from the fee for appearing?
I'll tell you what, they didn't release... I can't find the full episode anywhere. There's only clips of it about.
Oh, well, that's suspicious.
Yeah. But a show is one thing, and, of course, is entertainment purpose.
Yeah.
But actually... offering them, like, have you watched Jarhead before?
No.
Well, in Jarhead,
I'm failing this test as well. Jarhead, what is Jarhead?
It's a very good movie about Operation Desert Storm.
Oh, it's with the guy who was in the Thing.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. So,
the guy who was in the Thing, and he came up with it straight away. So that you've added points on, Robert, that you lost earlier on for not being able to remember anything.
Yeah, I don't think I'll get any brownie points if I bring up Jake Gyllenhaal there.
No.
But there's a scene where they're on the plane to Kuwait, and one of the guys says, judge told me you either go to prison or you join the army. Mm-hmm. So now I'm here.
Yeah.
And the funny part is, I would have been out of prison by now. But now he said he's going to Kuwait. But it's like,
Is it a good idea, though? Is it a good idea, though, to take people who may be violent? That'll be perhaps one of the main reasons that they are in prison, because non-violent offences tend not to get you sent to prison, non-serious ones.
Yeah.
To take a violent person and then give them a gun and teach them how to be efficiently violent.
Well, that's the thing. It's about rehabilitation. Do you think it's sensical to say, right, we'll get a violent guy, we'll put him with about another 5,000 violent guys in a violent house?
No, I don't.
And therefore, I expect, and then when he's finished with his 5 years, I'm going to put him back in the area where he committed that crime.
Right. No, I don't think that's a very good idea at all. But then there's a question that it's a good idea to take somebody who is violent and then give them a gun and a bayonet and teach them how to use them. I mean, if perhaps he was, or she, sexist, was given a job as, a gardener, then there's not as much damage you could do with a hoe, for instance.
I think people can change. And, army training has been about for centuries. And it's about making a civilian into a soldier. Yeah. And that's more than just firing a gun. that's about being disciplined, having courage, being, loyal, to a cause that's greater than yourself.
Yes, doing any stupid thing that your officer tells you to do. And that'll be you. So when do you know whether you get in or not?
Well, I really do hope so. I don't know if you're a religious man, but I urge you to pray for me. And
I'm absolutely not going to do that because prayer doesn't work. If prayer worked, no one would be dead now. Think about that. So when do you find out?
Well, the assessment, I hope to book it for mid-December, if not January, and I find out 2 days after that.
Okay, well, let us know. Either way, yes?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Robert. Oath, I am at attention as I am speaking to you, saluting at this moment.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Yeah! Dudes!
Anne says, Nick, can you say number one priority? I miss you saying that. It can be in any context. I'm not fussy, says Anne. Well, I can get an expert to say it.
Under my leadership, the government's priorities are your priorities. The people's priorities. It's the country's number one priority. It's my number one priority up and down the country, and that will be our focus.
He's gripping it. It's his number one priority. He used to be the Prime Minister of this country. Can you believe that?
No.
Amazing, really. I mean, there was a whole load of them.
Absolutely.
And each one worse than the last.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Incredible. Amazing that we're all still here. Well done, everyone. Derek in Croydon says, to whom do the people who brought tickets for Oasis from some Del Boy online that, quite possibly, what happens if they split up before everything starts? It's as though he's chopped up all of those, written it all down on a piece of paper, chopped it up into individual words, like ransom note style, thrown them up in the air, tossed it like a salad, and however it came down, that's how it's been sent to me. To whom do the people who brought tickets for Oasis from some Del Boy online that, quite possibly, what happens if they split up before everything starts, says Derek, who I do believe has spelt his own name wrong. D-E-R-I-K? I don't think so. And then he says, great show as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. You're the best. Bodmin. Hello, Malcolm.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Malcolm.
Nick, shall I tell you what's wrong with politics, my friend?
Everything.
No. Nobody knows what to say since the election, but they are all saying the wrong thing. And at the minute, politics, from where I'm sitting, is just the weirdest spectator sport.
Yes, it is. We're in a very, very odd period, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're in a sort of an in-between period, but we're not, because the next one started already.
Yes. I tried last week in a very friendly manner to explain to you that I thought Labour were making schoolboy errors too regularly.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would say...
well, you only gave me one example, as far as I can recall. So regularly isn't quite accurate.
I struggled to get past the first one with you.
Right.
But anyway, moving on. I think, Nick, that, for example, this pension thing, right? What a lot of people... I'm almost a pensioner. I'm in receipt of my school pension, and pension increases, which I've tried to explain to people on the radio in recent weeks, has matched the state pension in the increases pensioners have got. So I know what state pensioners are getting in terms of increase. And like I've said repeatedly, it's 20% over the last 2 years.
Right. Pitifully small amount. I mean, 20% does sound like a decent amount, but it's a decent increase on a pathetically small initial figure.
Yeah, and the point I tried to make to you last week was this. that, and I'll recap it briefly before I make the next point I want to try to make. It's that we are the bottom of the European Pension League tables.
Correct.
So people shouting, but you shouldn't be taking people's little bit of heating pension from them is completely the wrong thing and a complete waste of British people's energy.
Yes, it's a sticking plaster.
What should now be saying to Labour is this: look, Labour, the Tories messed it up. That's why you're in power. Now do something and take the pensioners away from a place where they're really not bothered about a few extra quid in December for a little bit of extra electricity.
Yes, and I refer you back to the conversation I was having some while ago with a bloke who was crowing about the Welsh Government giving kids a meal. That's another sticking plaster. It's not addressing the problem that the families are so poor that they're sending their own children out without having a meal, for crying out loud.
Yes, but the point is, Nick, you can't say the problem is there are poor people. We've got to do something about the poor people. What you're going to do is you're going to think of the kids who have got poor people looking after them, who are incapable of looking after them, one, often because they don't have the wherewithal as human beings, but also they certainly do not have the financial wherewithal to give them 3 proper meals a day. So the free school meal is absolutely critical, even if it's only from the point of view that literally might be on any given day the only food that kids will get.
Okay, but then they're addressing the symptom, not the cause.
Yes, but Nick, symptoms in terms of kids are the most important thing. So at 9 o'clock in the morning, if a kid hasn't had breakfast, a bit of toast is fantastic. At lunchtime, if they haven't got a packed lunch with them, then forget symptoms. What they want is a little bit of a meal in the middle of the day. So all that, Nick, I think is...
I'm not arguing against that. I'm not arguing... We are in Concord, Malcolm.
Yes,
but you're talking at me like I'm complaining that kids are being given a meal. Of course not.
I'm getting a bit further than I did last week, and I take the blame, and I say it was all my fault. But Nick, my other point is this, right?
Yeah.
On pensioners, what people forget is that there will be people in the Labour Party with long memories of actually being stuck in that building called the Houses of Parliament, stuck in that building for the last 14 years, sick as pigs because they had no power at all, and having people voting against them, election after election after election.
Yeah.
Now, Labour and other people, the media told the nation, they've been telling them for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, look, Britain, the Tories, they are looking after the pensioners. Those horrible pensioners who they've got the triple lock, and they're all going to vote for the Tories.
Yes.
And what Labour may be thinking, I don't know, they may be thinking, well, hang on, all right, the pensioners, we don't have to vote them because they are literally Tories. But let's give a little bit of something, even if it's only the mind-blowing thought that it's a little bit of revenge. And the 20-year-old, the 30-year-old, the 40-year-old,
I don't buy that.
Thinking, oh, good, Labour are putting it up the pension.
Yeah, no. I don't buy that. Neither do you. You don't buy that for a second, Malcolm. Come off it, mate. You seriously think that Keir Starmer, the first thing that he thought of when he got into office was to punish old people for voting Tory?
No, but what I'm saying is there's going to be something at the back of a lot of people's heads where they are going to be saying, hang on, forget pensioners, look at people on benefits, look at people whose low wages are being topped up by benefits.
Yeah.
These are the people who have a better case to make than pensioners who, like me, Nick, have had a 20% increase in the last 2 years.
Yes, I just think that one of the things that says to me that they're not picking on pensioners and are actually trying to do something about the cause, not the symptom, is Rachel Reeves saying that there's about something of the order of 800,000 pensioners who are deserving of pension credit, but they're not applying for it. So if they did apply for it, then they would be considerably better off than having that 300 quid at Christmas time to heat their homes, and it would address the iniquity in the pensions across Europe, why we have such a low level in this country. But crucially, it would also cost the government more. If those 800,000 people that are due pension credit all applied successfully to get it, then that would cost way more than that would be saved by taking the 300 quid off them.
Nick, the arguments people like me make sound literally mind-numbingly stupid, but you've got to start somewhere with some sort of argument, right? And my point is this, that if, for a start, right, I wouldn't have done what Labour have done at all. I would have stuck with the 28 billion Green Deal no matter what. I would have made money for that. And I would have said, well, geez, if the Tories have made such a mess of the economy and they've got the nation 22 billion more in debt than we know about, hey, look, we really can't whip the people for the stupidity of the Tory party, which is what they are literally doing. So when I come on and I talk about pensioners and they should take a back seat, I don't want to be saying that. What I'm saying is, Labour, stop playing the Tories game, and people out there, the pensioners, stop playing the game the Tories want you to play. Don't argue with each other. Keep our mouths shut. Just do what you got to do. But the point I'm saying, I would not have started where Labour are starting. No. I would have spent the 28 billion on the Green New Deal. I would have not hit anybody now in terms of cuts for this, that, or the other.
But where are you going to get all that money from, though? I mean, you just confirmed that you will spend £28 billion, which is an amount that we don't have. And I know that governments can just magic money out of thin air.
Yeah. Nick, where did the Tories get the 2 trillion in the last 14 years that they've added to the national debt?
Yeah, they borrowed
Furthermore, where has that 2 trillion gone? Now, if you think about it,
that's a very good question.
Say if you had £1,000 in your car and all of a sudden that £1,000 was gone, Nick, right? Well, there's a fairly evident fact. Someone has had the money out of your car.
Yes.
So I'm a policeman. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to find a way to find out who that person was. Then I'm going to trace that man on every step he's taken away from your car.
But that's impossible. I mean, the two aren't alike in any way. I mean, we're talking about massive amount, like a tsunami of cash that has been flowing out into the pockets of the people who are the owners of assets, the price of which has skyrocketed because of all this money.
But Nick, it's easy to find £1,000 which has gone from your car, or hard, I'd say, sorry.
Yeah, very difficult,
to track down £1,000 that's gone from your car in a country as big as Britain with as many shops and banks as it.
Right.
But when you're talking 2 trillion, that's an awful lot of money in not such a big country, isn't it, when you think about it?
Well, if you have been in receipt of a large chunk of £2 trillion, then...
You're not going to be hard to find, are you?
Yes, but you will be hard to get to because you will build a wall around you made of lawyers.
Okay, yeah. All right. You got me on that one. Then wall. The particular by wall. I wouldn't worry about the wall. I would smash through that wall and I would get that to, well, whatever it is that's been swindled out of the people of Britain, I would do all it takes to get it back.
Do you really genuinely believe that we're going to see a single solitary penny of that back?
Actually, I don't, but Starmer was saying months back that he was going to have a czar for fraud for the COVID thing. Oh, yeah. Where's that idea gone?
Yeah, I've got no idea.
This is the point I was making to last week, or to trying to, but I'm saying Labour are making stupid mistakes. So if you're not going to have a czar, don't say you're going to have a czar. If you're not going to do this or that and the other, don't say you're going to do this, that and the other. And on prisons, Nick, the reason we've got... more people in prisons is because we literally have more people committing crimes. Now, if you don't want people committing crimes...
No, I don't think so.
Your laws.
I don't think so. That can't be true. That implies that we are a more criminally inclined type of person than, say, the French or the Dutch or the Belgians or the Estonians or any of our neighbours in Europe.
Let me make this my final point here. It's this, right? Maybe we are... And maybe we are because of the government we've had over the last 12 years and how the way they've made the criminal class's lives much harder than they were. So say a person who would have thought, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11 years ago, I'll go out and I'll work for £15,000 because I will just about get by on that.
Yeah.
Now, people, one, they can't get a £15,000 job, and two, £15,000 with the inflation we've had for the last 3 or 4 years.
I agree.
Nowhere.
Yes, I agree that the policies of the previous... I agree that the policies of the Conservative Party over the last 14 years would have tipped some people over the edge.
Yeah.
But I also think that we are... And it's not we necessarily, it's that the... What are you doing?
No.
What are you doing?
Sorry, I'm just checking my phone. I do apologise.
I do believe that because of the insistence on the right wing press in this country, we are obsessed with punishment. We don't just like doling out; we like to see it being doled out, and we like people to suffer while they're having it doled out to them. Yeah, Malcolm, it's been entertaining. Thanks for that. Got to go. But do keep in mind the words of one recent premier.
We have never had it so good.
Just keep that in mind.
Nick Abbot on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
What are you talking about?
Let's talk about this text that says, why can't they send the prisoners to Rwanda? We were talking about Estonia earlier on. Why can't they send the prisoners to Rwanda, where the government has spent hundreds of millions of pounds already, convert the hostels rather, for immigrants to prisons? It's as simple as that. Well, one of the reasons is that that's not what Rwanda signed up for. You know, it's a small thing, but it's their country, I suppose. Labour has insisted that it was right to axe the £290 million Rwanda deportations scheme after Germany suggested that the EU take over facilities paid for by UK taxpayers to house its own unwanted migrants. That was the story in the Mail and the Telegraph, which comes with a warning.
Warning, warning.
May not contain truth. So Labour has insisted it was right to axe the £290 million Rwanda deportation scheme. Meanwhile, Germany is going to take over our British paid-for facilities, said the Mail and the Telegraph. Meanwhile, Germany said, oh no, we did not suggest anything of the sort. Who to believe, the Mail and the Telegraph reporting on what Germans say, or the actual German government? Tricky. Number 10 branded the scheme introduced by the previous Tory administration as an expensive gimmick. They like some expensive gimmicks. I mean, Skier's makeover, his new haircut, suits, glasses, all of that was an expensive gimmick. Free to those that can afford it. Very expensive to those that can't. And last night it was reported that Berlin's migration commissioner, Joachim Stamp, has proposed deporting those who arrive illegally in the EU via Poland's border with Belarus to Rwanda. He proposes the bloc take advantage of hostels set up using British money, which Rwanda has refused to refund. That was last night. It was reported that Berlin's migration commissioner, Joachim Stamp, proposed deporting those who arrive illegally in the EU to Rwanda. This morning, the German ambassador to the UK, Manuel Berger, clarified that it would not send asylum seekers to East Africa, and it was discussing only processing asylum applications in third countries under international humanitarian law and with the support of the United Nations. So they will send them to Rwanda, but just while they fill in their papers. That sounds like a good idea. What's he talking about? But fortunately, a man hoved into view that clarified all of this for us. Tory leadership frontrunner Robert Jenrick. You remember Robert Jenrick, don't you? Yeah, that's him. He accused Labour of abandoning what he called the one credible deterrent against Channel migrant boats. You know, other than painting over the Disney murals in a children's welcome centre, for instance. Robert Jenrick says, you have to have a deterrent, which is the Rwanda scheme, that neither he nor a whole army of frothing beetroots could manage to get off the ground despite being in power for 14 long years. No offence, Robert Jenrick, but would it be possible for you to observe a period of silence commensurate with the shame you must feel at the inadequacies of your own performance in power and of the Conservative government at large?
No.
No, I didn't think so, no. Border Security Minister Angela Eagle said Rwanda did not work. She said it cost 700 million quid and we only ever managed to get 4 people to volunteer to go to Rwanda. And so I did the maths. I've actually done homework. Can you believe that?
No.
700 million quid divided by 4 is 175 million pounds per person for what amounts to a relocation scheme to somewhere with better weather. We could have bought them a super yacht each for that and told them to sail themselves there. Other than that, excellent plan. Graham in Lytham says, Nick, have you seen that Donny is selling trading cards for $99 each? They are hilarious. They are hilarious. He is hilarious. I was bemoaning the new regime in this country last week because there's nothing funny about them. I mean, there was no end of funny in the previous regime.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, it was, it was a catastrophic clown show. It was just one inadequate after the next.
Absolutely.
Each one funnier than the last.
This government.
But this lot they're just very dull.
Boring.
And the same is true in America on steroids. I mean, what will happen without this guy in my life?
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
He has the best words. He's very highly educated. He knows words. He has the best words. Kamala Harris is never going to say anything as funny as that. Anyway, what was I talking about? He says, have you seen Donny is selling trading cards for $99 each? They are hilarious. They are hilarious. They are of him in muscled superhero form. You know, the guy that waddles between golf carts. That's his exercise.
Exercising is fun and it's nice.
Yeah, right. He says if you buy 75 of them, yes, 75 $99 trading cards, you get to have a meal with the yellow baby. Check them out. They are unbelievable, says Graham. I have checked them out. They are unbelievable.
Believe me. 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 Okay.
No, it's unbelievable. And I don't think that you even are guaranteed that he's going to be there. I don't know about 75, because that would be just shy of $75,000. No, 7,005. No, wait. Never mind. I think if you spend $24,900, something like that, then you get to go and have a gala dinner at the location of his choice. But I didn't read in the terms and conditions that he guaranteed to be there personally. Still, it's worth a punt. No?
No.
No. Absolutely. 0345 6060 973. Hackney. Hello, John.
Hello.
John.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I was surprised to get through so quickly.
Oh, yeah, it's like tumbleweeds blowing through the phones this evening. I've never seen an evening that's as quiet as this one on the phones.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to say that, the prisoner situation.
Yeah.
I think, well, if they, get the prisoners out and build themselves another prison, and they keep moaning.
You mean make the prisoners build the cells?
Make the prisoners build new prisons, because they keep moaning about being in the cell 23 hours a day with their TVs and books and everything else. They keep moaning about that. They're going to get the physical labour, and they're going to be outside their cells, and they're going to be doing something good.
Yes, they would be building their own structures of incarceration. Don't you think that a smart prisoner would actually build in a way to get out?
No, listen, they're going to be, there's going to be so many more jobs looking after these types. They'll learn a skill on carpentry.
But do you really want? Yeah, but do you really want their first effort, their sort of DIY effort, to be a prison? I'd want experts to build a prison.
Yeah,
personally.
Listen, they need to know that they've done wrong, and they got to.
Yeah, I think being in prison does rather indicate that they have done wrong. They'll probably get a hint from that.
Yeah. Well,
but if you're telling me that people of like low-level criminals would be better off in society, actually giving back, rather than just being a drain monetarily, then yeah, I completely agree. But I think let's leave the building to the builders, John?
Well, if they're overseeing these guys, they're putting them right.
Yeah.
Telling them what to do, how to do it correctly, they'll benefit. It's a benefit all the way around.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, after, years and years of learning how to plaster or put bricks on top of each other and, all of these other trades, then maybe we could unleash them on building their own prison. But I think if you just take people out of their jail cells and ask them to knock us up a couple of cells, then it's probably not a great idea. But keep thinking, John. Thanks for that, mate. 0345 6060 973. This text says... no, I've read that one already. That's the one about Rwanda. Done Rwanda. Have I done... I think I did Rwanda to death, didn't I? Hang on a minute. Did I actually complete this Rwanda story? Yes. Buy them a yacht and they can sell it there themselves. That's how that story ends. This text says, "Oh, come on, Nick. They've only been in power for 8 weeks. They're doing their best." Says disappointed in Bodmin. It's way too early to be disappointed. I mean, you can be irate at some of the things they say. I mean, particularly the minister has been very clear that... Warning! I mean, there's a phrase that should never drop from anybody's lips. I mean, the entire country was sick of hearing that. Clear that. And that usually meant that anything that was following the phrase, they have been very clear that, is a lie. You can be very clear that up is down. It doesn't make it so. Judy in Connecticut says, "May I suggest you enhance your monologues by adapting Donald J. Trump's weave technique? It's very effective." Not, says Judy. Yes, people say I ramble. I start on one subject and then I go all around the world and I talk about 86,000 different things and I end up back where I started. It's a weave. I think there's two words that probably should not sit together in the same sentence. Donald Trump and weave.
I don't wear a toupee.
Leading Britain's conversation. Nick Abbot. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Right, so what are we doing?
Given we are doing a radio show, but it does remind me that I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin.
Yeah.
Now, the idea of this podcast is that we solve people's problems. If you have a problem that you would like us to solve, simply send it to the following address, nickandcarol@global.com. That's NICKANDCAROL@global.com. But prepare to be totally satisfied. Ask for it by name. On an internet near you, what's your problem with Nick and Carol?
Oh, right, yeah.
Craig says, "Hi Nick, stop blaming Starmer for everything going wrong when it's clearly all Meghan Markle's fault." Yeah, thanks a lot, Meghan Markle. Boo! You see what you've done? Nick from New Zealand says, "Talking to Chris Philp, as if anything else could be more annoying about that man. It drives me nuts the amount of times he gulps when talking. If he can't talk without swallowing 10 litres of saliva, he shouldn't be allowed to he shouldn't be allowed to speak in public. Maybe I'm nitpicking, but I find it revolting," says Nick. Yeah, it's not the way he says it, it's what he says what concerns me. 0345 6060 973. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to talk through the Tory candidates for the leadership election with you a bit.
Blimey.
We've got Pretty. Boris wasn't there, so they didn't form a square around it.
Yes, that's right. The Pritzker, yeah.
So that disappeared. But what I don't like dishonesty in politics. Yeah, you allow a bit of spin and a bit of this, that and the other, but the two best liars out of those that are left are Cleverly and Stride. They can look straight down the barrel of the camera and lie, and then they're told that actually what you said is incorrect. They lie again, and then throw in a dead cat.
Yes.
And then they don't recognise the data that the interviewer has corrected.
Oh,
them
yeah. That's a great one. I love that. I don't recognise those figures.
So that's those two down for a start. And then you get Honest Bob, because he was... Do you remember the property planning scandal that he was involved in?
Remember it. It's etched on my mind, yes.
And then during COVID, he didn't get too much stick for this, but he did a 250-mile round trip to drop something at his mum and dad's. Now, Cummins got absolutely hammered for it, but he got sort of chastised mildly. Mm-hmm. But he did it as well. So, no, forget Honest Bob. Take that out of that one.
Right.
Okay, so then you come down to Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I don't agree with the politics, but what I don't like about her is she's tetchy. She's like, Rob, you always get the feeling that the next sentence is, don't challenge me, peasant. When she's speaking, and I don't like that in people.
Oh, she's so self-satisfied. It's absolutely excruciating to watch her work.
Which leaves you with Toganat, which is probably the least worst, but there again... He, like Mark Francois and Cleverley, is a reservist who makes massive play on his army
career.
Service.
Right.
Army career. And, yeah, he was a reservist, but I'm not knocking it. He did say...
Can you remind me, did Tom Tugendhat serve in the army, and was he trained to lose? I can't recall.
Absolutely right. Yeah, the Mark Francois bit, we weren't trained to lose. I get that. So I don't know, but what puts me off with him is that he wants to come out of the European Court of Human Rights.
Oh, God.
And that
I don't believe that any of these people actually wants to do anything of the sort. They just think it's going to whip up the low IQ element of their fan base.
Yeah, I think so. One thing that I do like, though, I think it was Tarzan that came out with this one. and he said, the one that challenged Thatcher, and he actually said, the next Tory Prime Minister is not yet an MP. And I thought, I hope you are correct, because that means that they're not going to be in Parliament for 5 years, and then it's going to take them 5 years to establish themselves. So... maybe, if that's true, I will be incredibly pleased if the next Tory Prime Minister is not yet an MP.
Maybe it's Charlotte Owen. She could add that to the list of her achievement.
She might be the leader of the House of Lords.
Yeah, no doubt. She's going to be our next Queen. She just get elevated straight to the top job. No experience required. Yeah, bless you, Your Majesty.
Yeah. Do you remember last week we were talking about Trump losing it? And he's expanded on what he did the week before.
Amazing. This man is being dismantled in real time, right in front of our eyes. He's being reduced to his constituent chemical makeup. He's going to be a bubbling pancake of goo on the floor by this time next month.
Yeah, and people are now talking about he's got to be nice to Harris at this TV thing, because
that's what he's going to do.
To pardon him.
Yeah.
I mean, how have we got to this? That Trump needs some woman to be nice to a woman.
He's going to suck up to Kamala Harris on the expectation that she's going to pardon him. All right, good one. Thanks, Mike. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. On that subject, Craig says, hi, Nick, did you see that Donald Trump stood up at a recent rally and told his dinglings, nobody knows Kamala Harris's last name? He said that to the dinglings. Which was... And as we were speaking of Dad's Army types, Marc Francois and all of that, that does remind me of my favourite line in Dad's Army. the Germans had come and taken over the I think they were holding the Dad's Army types in the church. And the German officer says, "Name?" And you're probably way ahead of me. Don't tell him, Pike. This says, the Labour leader doesn't need an opposition party at Prime Minister's questions. The entire Labour Party MPs are holding him to account. Well, there does seem to be some grumbling in the ranks. Already. I can't believe that the Labour Party kept it together long enough to win the election. Can you? Because snatching disaster from the jaws of victory does seem to be their thing. So I guess some credit should be offered to Keir Starmer for making that happen, for not allowing the Labour backbenchers, or the prospective Labour backbenchers, to actually screw it up, as is their wont. Angus in Summary, Glasgow says, in 100 or 200 years' time, will the criminals whom the UK ships to Estonia speak English with accents similar to Australians? By the way, you need an addition to your soundboard. The sound of a whip is not a proper representation of Starmer coming down like a ton of bricks. Well, I don't know what that would sound like. In 100 or 200 years' time, will criminals whom the UK ships to Estonia speak English with accents similar to Australians? Well, that's offensive, Angus. Just saying. They're going to be... I don't think Estonia imagines that we're going to be sending criminals there for hundreds of years. Clive says, did some shopping at a local supermarket today. Christmas decorations on sale with mince pies.
What?
Oh, come on. But sadly, as yet, no Easter eggs. Well, I don't know, mince pies? Because hot cross buns used to be a thing that would only appear for a couple of weeks, right? Now it's all year long. Maybe mince pies too, why not? Why are mince pies only for Christmas? In fact, what have mince pies got to do with it? But as for Christmas decorations on sale, yeah, well, I've had emails encouraging me to buy Christmas decorations for, since the beginning of August. August. Wouldn't it be nice if they could just get one holiday out of the way before we charge on to the next one? Can we not do Halloween first and then Christmas? Does it have to be mashed up on the same shelf in the supermarkets? 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbot, LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
Thank you for holding. Your call is important to us.
Yes, your call is very important to us, and you are ringing from Luton, but you know that, Adam.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad, yes, very good.
Good. So I just had two quick points to say to you.
Mm-hmm.
One's about America, because I'm trying to only listen to American politics, because I've just been so sick of, the whining right now in our country, given that the people who are responsible for it are getting off from it. So I've tried to focus over that side of the pond on things. And just on your, just three funny things that I heard was people on the right complaining about Keir Starmer, and they call him Keir GB, and they call Kamala Commie La, because she's a communist apparently, and Robert Generic, they call him Robert Generic because he's so bland and boring. Mm-hmm. And I thought that was quite good. So I wanted to talk about Tim Waltz, who's everyone's favourite uncle, or for the most part.
Yeah.
And this week I saw that his family actually are rooting for Trump, and they're so MAGA that they weren't happy with just having MAGA memorabilia that everyone else has, they actually printed waltzes and they put a comma, even though it's not the right bit. Let's not focus on grammar. They put waltzes for Trump.
Yes, I don't believe that they did anything of the sort. I think they were gifted it as a photo opportunity by someone who was trying to make merry with not his family. They were distant cousins several times removed. They were so far apart in his family tree, he could have legally married one of them.
Well, let's hope so, because, I mean, how disgraceful is that? I mean, you have to think to yourself, like, when it's coming down to it, and we all have divides, and we all have tribalism, and even in our own families, we've had, like, fractions and stuff like that, or factions, sorry. But the fact is, if you cannot even rally around your own family, even if you don't agree with them, just keep it quiet. Imagine disliking your family members and having an allegiance more so to the cult of Trump than your own family member. Yeah. I mean, how, like, must that make him feel to know that? And I just thought, as well, how, given how close we are to the election, and we're on a pinhead as to whether America will be classed as a democracy anymore. The fact that when it comes down to, even if you watch the the Democratic Convention, that they are not even squabbling within themselves. You have people who, like AOC and Bernie Sanders, who would love to point out the problems within their own party, but even they are rallying around, just becoming a united front for the cause.
I make the same point that I made about the way that Keir Starmer managed to keep the Labour Party together and didn't screw it up before this election. Ditto the Democrats in America. I mean, they could have gone through this massive period of soul-searching and bitter infighting to pick their next leader, but they didn't do any of that. They wrapped the whole thing up in about 30 seconds and charged forward. They did exactly what the Republicans would have done. They would have done whatever was necessary to
get
keep
over the line.
Exactly right.
And that's why I feel like, as much as I love Labour, I wasn't a fan of Keir Starmer originally, but you can't enact change until you are in a position of power. And that's why I feel like, now that we're here, he's not perfect, but let's see what they're going to do. And it's far better than what was on offer on the other side. And that's why I feel disappointed when I hear people who I used to love and used to listen to their podcasts, like Owen Jones and stuff like that, who are literally calling Keir Starmer worse than Sunak. And I'm like, oh my God, Owen,
people need to take a breath. I think it's just that there's certain people or it seems to be a left trait that they actually want to lose. I mean, it's that sort of victim mentality that you really want to fall flat in your face, and you want your own party to do it, to wrestle each other to the ground, so that the Tories can step nimbly over their form, so that you have something to complain about again.
They're giving ammunition and fodder for the right to use against the left later on. And it's like right now they're saying, oh, well, Keir Starmer, he's so cruel. Look what he's doing to old people. And it's like, when young people complain about not being able to afford a house, they're told don't buy avocados. And old people who don't get the perk of having a wage inflation pension and the perk of heating, it's like put on a coat and deal with it, like the way the rest of us are.
Yeah, okay. I think you may have first stepped over the line there, Adam. In your intention to, I don't know, entertain and amuse, I think you may have stepped just a little bit over the line there. I think you need to go and think about what you've said. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. So, this picture of Waltz's supposed family, they're wearing Waltz for Trump shirts, and he didn't know any of these people, apparently. Other members of his family have looked at this picture of those people saying, who are they all? Well, apparently they're very, very distant cousins and distant relatives, and I don't know. It's a neat idea, but it says to me that the Republicans really are desperate and generally freaking out that Donito's going to lose. what is remarkable is, like I said, that is the left on both sides of the Atlantic seem to be, it's almost a new trick for them. They're keeping it together. Can you believe that?
No.
Amazing. So far. So far. Annie says, we were never happy when it was really hot. We wanted the rain to cool us down, and when it rains and is cold, we want the sunshine, says Annie. Well, that's true. It says, the school dinner I remember was caramel cake. Ooh, that sounds good. And at the end, we would help put our chairs away to help clean up for extra cake and custard. Extra cake and custard. All over it. It's not feeding takeaway chicken chips. It's not feeding takeaway chicken chips, etc. Right, I think you maybe ease up on the custard. I think it's going to your brain. Andrew says, I thought our school dinners were great in the 1960s and 70s here in Kent. Gypsy tart caused near riots. That's a local delicacy, not a Daily Mail headline. Gypsy tart.
Disgusting.
Well, it sounds, I've got no idea. Caramel cake and custard, though, count me in. But you have to go through the vegetable medley to get there, though, don't you? And if you don't eat it all, then you don't get any pudding. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? Plymouth. Hello, Judy.
I'm here.
Julie.
Yes.
Julie.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Oh, good. You sound really good, Nick. It's nice to hear.
Thanks.
I used to like those ginger squares, iced ginger squares. They were nice at school.
Iced ginger squares?
Yes. Well, so they probably do like a tray bake of like a gingerbread cake, like a Jamaican gingerbread.
Oh, yeah.
And then they'd put a bit of icing on the top, and then they'd cut it into squares. That was nice.
Now, they cut it into squares because cutting it into gingerbread men, would be too time-consuming, too wasteful, I imagine.
Well, it was a sponge more than a biscuit.
Right.
But yes, I mean, that's a fair point, Nick. I'll have to email them, see if they're still there.
Can I get custard with that?
Oh, Nick, you've got icing. Come on now.
Yeah, I suppose custard and icing is not right, is it? No. One or the other. No, that's quite right.
Yes. Nick, can I ask you a little bit of a personal question?
No.
Go on.
Oh, all right, then.
Did you ever think about becoming an impersonator? Because you're so good at impressions.
No, and I don't think so.
No? You don't think you're good at impressions?
Not really, no. I mean, to I'm trying my best, but I'm hearing it sounds to my ears way off.
Oh, it's not. You're so hard on yourself. Honestly, you do some great impressions. Very good. Well, I often wondered, I wonder if Nick did do that before.
Right, well, if I'm that good, can I get custard with it?
Yes, of course. Extra custard.
Extra custard for me.
Now, I've been thinking out of the box with our prison problem and the Estonia solution. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking if we could send maybe 16 to 20-year-olds, low-level criminals, to Estonia, maybe open prisons, and then we could, two birds, one stone, they'd be able to see a bit of Europe as well.
Yeah, learn a foreign language while they're on the run.
Because obviously our youngsters aren't getting to go to Europe as much now, so maybe we could do that. And we could have a few more countries involved, you know. All those there's photographs of Estonia look beautiful. I mean, obviously not in a prison, but yes, the country is like
Well, now wait a minute. I'm going to have to look this up.
Honestly,
I don't know anything about Estonia at all. Other than their main export is cars. That I do know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I remember when we seen Ukraine before it was terribly bombed. I mean, Ukraine looked beautiful too.
Yeah. Ooh.
You know,
Estonia. I've got pictures of Estonia up here. God, that looks fantastic.
I know, exactly.
I'd like to get sent to prison there.
Yes, open one, so you can do a bit of sightseeing.
Yeah.
And maybe pick up a bit of rubbish and, paint a fence.
Pop over to Latvia for whatever they do.
Oh, is that reindeers and Santa Claus?
Is it?
Was that Latvia?
No. That's the North Pole.
Okay, well, Close. My geography, it's not doing very well tonight.
Mine neither, no.
But I think maybe this could be a way forward, and we'll be getting the youngsters, over there, enjoying some of Europe, doing some good work, paying the price of their crime, come back feeling all enlightened and better citizens.
But I mean, it would be fair if we did some sort of like youth, like travel swap scheme.
Exchange.
They could send us their criminals, and we could send them ours.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, low level crimes, of course. Yeah, because they can be rehabilitated much easier, and they're not going to be too worrying in society. Well, I think we should get on this, Nick.
Well, when you say we, that rather implies homework to me.
Oh.
Can you do it, and I'll take the credit?
Yes, of course I can. No problem.
Thanks,
Julie.
My pleasure. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Julie. Very cooperative customer. Andrew says, no, that's the Gypsy Tart thing. Matt in High Wycombe says, you talking about school dinners reminded me of my school dinner nemesis, spam fritters. Oh, God. Spam fritters and vegetable medley.
Disgusting.
Oh. What is it about a vegetable medley that made it so disgusting? I just couldn't bear it. I could pretty much eat anything, including semolina.
Oh, no.
Ugh. I don't even know what semolina is. It looked like the stuff that you cement bricks together with. But vegetable medley, and they just slopped it on the plate because, you've got to have vegetables. These tiny little cubes of mystery mush in, vile water. How does water taste that bad by being in contact with vegetables, assuming that that's what they were? Absolutely awful. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning. This is LBC. This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to a person in Taunton called John. John.
Oh, hi, Nick. How are you?
Yes, good, thanks.
Oh, lovely talking to you, as always.
Is it?
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah, it is. But I'm sorry to hear. I was going to talk about subjects, and then you just mentioned school dinners and everything. And I do feel for you. It sounds like your school dinners were sort of lacking maybe flavouring, like castoreum.
What's that?
Oh, that's to do with the beaver gland flavouring.
Oh, is that what they make ice cream with?
Yeah, and vanilla and all of that.
They take a poor innocent beaver who was just minding his own affairs, and we just draw a veil over the rest, shall we? Awful.
Awful. It's the gland, the anal gland.
Yeah,
of
it's
the beaver.
Beaver's anal gland is what you're eating when you consume some of that fresh, delicious ice cream. That's actually true.
It is true, because I've heard you mention it before, and last time I had to Google it, and I had to take a week off work afterwards.
Now, my question about that is, who first discovered that the product of a beaver's anal gland mixed well with ice cream? Who discovered that, and how? That's what I would like to know.
Well, that sounds like homework.
Doesn't it just? Yeah.
But, yeah, moving swiftly on. I was going to talk to you. Please, yeah. I was going to talk to you about the Mad Max film, or the Mad Max films generally.
Yes.
And their relationship to what went on with the Tory riots in August of this year.
There was a relationship between the Mad Max films and the riots that we just had in August of this year?
I think there is, and I think we're going to have to take it.
Go on.
Well, I was watching Mad Max Furiosa the other day, and I also went back. I watched that. I don't like Mad Max Furiosa, by the way.
Terrible. I can't believe how bad it was. I mean, it's the same director, I imagine he was presented with the same amount of cash to make it, and it was because the same director's done all of them. I was quite surprised to learn that. It's Max Miller, isn't it? He did all of the Mad Max films up to now. I think that is correct.
I remember Miller's surname. You're right. I can't remember his first name.
George, I think. And
yeah, that's right.
The previous one, which was Fury Road, was epic. Absolutely great. Loved it. And the one that just came out a little while ago, Furiosa, that's one of the worst films that I've seen in years.
I quite agree. And I haven't seen Fury Road, but I've seen the original Mad Max and Mad Max 2. And believe it or not, my one of our school teachers let us watch Mad Max 2 at school when I was about 12.
What?
I have no idea why. I think it was as to what the future of the planet might be. You know, it was one of those. He was a sort of trendy teacher and all that. And when I look at those films now, I just think, well, you know, they could have had a strapline like... Is that what it's called, a strapline?
Yes.
When they say, you know, in space, no one can hear you scream.
Mm-hmm.
They could have said, you know, Mad Max 2, it's a future without dentists. Because no one's got any teeth.
Is that true?
Well, in those Mad Max films.
I think that if you watch the Fury Road, I'm pretty sure all the women had teeth. I'm not sure about the men, but the women involved in that film, I'm pretty sure they all had perfect pearly whites.
Well, they probably got off to Turkey. But what I was going to say, the Mad Max films, right, they reminded me of the recent riots, right? I was reading in the news today, there was one of these characters, he's got 9 years. Sentenced him to 9 years in prison, right? And it was arson, and he was throwing dustbins at the police, and at one stage he nicked a policeman's baton, and then stood there like a Mad Max character, and looked at the police and everyone else and screamed at them all, went, and all this. And then he goes to court, and they said that he's full of remorse.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's full of remorse.
He's taken a long, hard look at himself, and he realises he made a big mistake.
He took a long, hard look at himself on TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah, saw all of the thumbs-up responses from his mates, and when the police knocked his door in, realised he'd made a big mistake. Yeah.
That's right. And next, as soon as he gets out, he's going collecting for the Red Cross.
But yeah, that's right. And converting to Christianity. Yeah.
Yes.
And but you read that on social media, and it's all, they're sending people to prison for 9 years just for thinking things. They're the thought police now. I mean, the amount of disinformation that's going on social media is just off the scale. I recommend that nobody looks at it.
Oh, I was at that point today. I thought, I'm going to stop looking at any of this Twitter and all that. It's just terrible. But on another point, if I can make another point.
Go ahead.
I am a big fan, not just of yours, but I like James O'Brien.
Yeah.
But I don't always agree with what he says. But I do like listening to his programme. And one of the things he often says, that's not an opinion, that's just counting. So he'll say about Liz Truss, for example, he'll say, Liz Truss crashed the economy, and then he'll say, that's not an opinion, that's just counting. Mm-hmm. And at the height of the riots, I was going to ring you up, but I had a few weeks where I thought, I can't ring him anymore. It's getting to be a big habit.
Yeah.
But I was going to ring you up and say, it'll all be over in a few weeks. It's just wonders. Yeah. That's not an opinion, it's just counting.
Just counting, yeah. Any fool know that.
And 1, 2,
yes, 3.
6 million.
No, bad counting. He's a bad counter. Thanks a lot, John. Excellent work, that man. I haven't seen a good film this year. I can't remember a single good film that has come out this year that has come my way. They've all been seriously disappointing. Even the ones that got good reviews were... have you seen that thing, Twister? Oh, my God. If there was a more embarrassing film that's been released this year that got great reviews, I don't know of it. It was awful. It was like a student's end-of-year effort. I mean, just shockingly bad. I mean, even the special effects weren't worth watching. And that Mad Max Furiosa thing, that was Abysmal. Mind you, I haven't seen Dune 2 yet, so I'm holding out hope. And I wish that Tom Cruise would get his act together and release Mission Impossible 7 Part 2 or whatever it is. Got a lot riding on you, Tom Cruise. Don't break your ankle or anything stupid like that. This text says, "Hi, Nick. Your chap in Method Toddville..." Method Toddville. I do believe you mean Merthyr Tydfil. Your chap in Method Toddville is talking a load of tosh. He said Labour have done nothing in the first 2 months. He said they have done nothing. Full stop, it should be. New sentence. In the first 2 months, they have curbed the rise. Well, I'll read it as it's written, and we'll see how we go. He said that Labour have done nothing. In the first 2 months, they have curbed the rise, punished the guilty ones, released prison spaces, created British Energy, brought tougher penalties for the water companies, and settled pay disputes. And I still think I've left stuff out. The more for Britain in 2 months than the Conservatives did in 5 years, possibly even 14. Oh, did I mention the international trips to try and mend relationships with various countries? Okay, well, yeah, I'd agree with some of those points. I'm not totally convinced about the tougher penalties for the water companies, though. I mean, text me back when it actually happens, because I'm gonna, in that regard, don't butter no buns for me. Is that a phrase? Doesn't butter my buns, that's for sure. You know, there's tougher penalties for companies that pollute the environment. They don't have to think up new ones, because that's a Tory trick, that is. Oh, well, we're going to crack down on this, that and the other. We're going to institute new laws. We're going to bring in a new law that'll make it an offence to attack somebody in a shop. It was already an offence to attack somebody in a shop. What they do is, after months or years of after months or years of inactivity, they say, "Oh well, we're going to institute a new law, which just replicates the law that they have already got that they're not using." But it just makes it appear as though they're doing something without actually doing anything. And if any water company is actually fined seriously so that they, take a pause and a breath and recalibrate their business model, then I'll believe it. If any water company boss actually does jail time for polluting this beautiful country of ours, then I'll believe it. Up until that point, well, that don't impress me much. This text says, "It's gloriously sunny here with a temperature of 30 degrees centigrade at 5:45 in the evening." But that's St. Lucia for you. Yeah, thanks very much, but we don't wish to know that. This one says, "This Tory leadership contest is a bit like the original Mr. Blobby. Annoying, attention-seeking, well past its sell-by date, and should have been put down years ago. Although, to be fair, the original Mr. Blobby would have been a better alternative to the Trustbot."
Absolutely.
Yes. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Blobby?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yes, he would. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. There's no point in emailing me. If you're concerned that I haven't read your email out, it's because I can't get into my email account. I've been locked out of it. They told me to come up with a new password, so I did. And I entered it twice just to make sure I didn't screw it up. And I wrote the password down on a piece of paper with a pen. You remember pieces of paper and pens, don't you, kids?
No.
No. And I went through all of that, and it won't let me into my account now. Keeps telling me that I'm doing it wrong. But I'm not.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
What number are you calling from?
0345 6060 973. I'm surprised that the flak hasn't started flying about Lee Carsley, the interim England football manager, who said out loud in public that he was not going to sing the national anthem.
What?
Can you believe that? And neither should he. Our national anthem is ridiculous. I mean, apart from being... it's a tune that's so dirgy, Oasis could have written it. All right, mad for it. It's all about him. God save our gracious king, long live our noble king, God save the king. Okay, that's 2 lines that are the same, and I've only got 3 lines in. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us, God save the king. Okay, again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 7 lines are just about him. Well, what about the rest of us poor dopes who pay taxes? Thy choicest gifts in store on him be pleased to pour. Well, let me think about that for a moment.
No.
He's got no end of choicest gifts. He's got Fabergé gifts up to his hairy nostrils. What does he need a house for? Thy choicest gifts in store on him be pleased to pour. No! Long may he reign, again. That's the same thing they've said like 3 times already. And ever give us cause to sing with heart and voice, God save the king. Again. It's only about him. It's not about the country at all. It's an absolute blooming outrage. I'm very angry. Where can I register my displeasure? This text says, talking of sugary drinks, do you remember Sunny D? Well, I remember the name, but I've never had the product. Sarah in Blackpool says, good evening, Nick. Can I ask you why you have such an adverse reaction to Oasis? Yeah, I dislike being bored. Like drony, whiny songs. No thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
But no thanks. Now then, who's been waiting the longest? Cambridge, Hassan.
Hello.
There you are.
Nick, how are you?
Great, mate.
I was listening to one of your callers who were complaining that Starmer is getting a bad, unnecessary criticism.
Yes.
And I have a different view. Look, I think he won a massive number of seats on the back of a very limited vote share. And that has started unraveling right before our eyes in some of the opinion polls that are happening. It has also sort of, if you look at some of the by-elections that are happening in council seats, etc., in London, this man is not popular because he is making some bad decisions.
Like what?
Where, for example, on austerity, I think taking away the pensioner fuel allowance is a bad idea. I think.
But on the other hand, he is encouraging pensioners to apply for an amount that would be more than this winter fuel allowance. I mean, he says there's something of the order of 800,000 pensioners who aren't in receipt of the benefits they're entitled to. And if all of them actually did apply successfully, then they would be getting more than they would than the 300 odd that is being removed from their winter fuel allowance.
Yeah, but I think this assumption that they will suddenly these are elderly people who have really struggled to get the complicated forms and paperwork done.
Agreed.
And you're taking away pension allowance from 10 million people. So it's not the top 10% of the pensioners that he's taking it away from. It's from a very large number. And winter is coming, as it always does. And I think we need to help out people on the cost of living side.
But in giving people the £300 in order for them to pay their electricity and gas bills, what is happening there is that you and I, Hassan, taxpayers, are subsidising the profiteering of the energy giants.
Yes, and then that's why he should put a lot of one-off taxes on the energy giants, but he's not doing that.
Right.
So then
I think that's the more important point to me. It's that it's not that we, us poor dopes who pay taxes, should be subsidising the profiteering of the energy giants. It's that he should take away the winter fuel allowance as a government handout and make the energy giants pay it.
Yeah, look, I think the energy giants should pay a lot of windfall taxes because they have been making money.
Yes.
But to somehow sort of put the pensioners in charge of chasing down energy giants seems to be a bit unfair.
Right.
Then also, I mean, I think he has sort of lost faith of a large chunk of the Muslim community, and every election that happens, that becomes more apparent. And I think his position on Gaza is still unacceptable. I mean, he's cancelled 30 of 350 arms licenses. That's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's doing something to say that you're doing something to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I wish he would do something which is more sort of left-wing and for the relief of the common people, rather than sort of very Tory-like statements.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, some of them, they wouldn't be surprised if the Tory party had come out with them. I think taking the winter fuel payment, which was just a temporary measure anyway, after the cost of fuel skyrocketed. I mean, that was going to, as far as I'm aware, the Tories were going to cancel that anyway. I mean, they're all pretending that they're absolutely outraged now, but they were going to do that anyway, weren't they?
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think also what is interesting is the last time there was a vote in Parliament around the two-child benefit cap. He expelled took away the whip from 7 MPs. I think there might be another vote, I think, on this winter fuel allowance. I don't know how many more MPs will he take the whip away from.
Well, I can understand his actions before the election because, like I said before, the left's trick is to fight amongst themselves to allow the right-wing party, this happens on both sides of the Atlantic, to allow the right-wing party to just romp home and win again. So he managed to put a lid on that just long enough to win the election. So I'll give him credit for that. But what he does after that is then his scorecard starts at 0.
No, but the thing is, I think I would question that, right? When you say put a lid, I mean, he lost millions of left-wing voters by putting a lid on Corbyn and Diane Abbott and others.
Yeah, but you could say that he gained. Yeah, but you could say that he gained other supporters in the places that he needed them in order to get that massive majority from a tiny uptick in the actual number of votes.
But he didn't gain votes at all. I mean, he was less votes than Corbyn in 2019.
You're not listening to me. He gained the votes where he needed to gain them in order to get that landslide a win.
And if he lost votes where he used to have 70%, 80% of the vote share, and he's now down to 45%, he should declare that a victory because that's efficiency.
You can't argue with the numbers, Hassan. The amount of MPs that he put in Parliament is an undeniable success. Now, it might be down to sheer dumb luck, or it might be down to the policies that he followed in order to get that win. Either way, I think once you get past that hurdle, then your scorecard starts at 0. And you're saying that he's already below 0 for you on that scorecard.
Yes, and I think, but when you look at the strength of somebody's support base, it cannot be judged only by the number of MPs he has, but also by the number of votes or the proportion of votes that he has received.
Only when there is a general election, and he's 5 years away from that. He just got through one by doing what he did particularly well. Now, you might not agree with what he did, but it's how he conducted himself and the party that he leads that got that result. And that's all he needed to do. Now he's got 5 years to actually get stuff done.
No, I think he was remarkably successful, that we had... It was remarkably lucky that we had some incredibly terrible Tory leaders who deservedly lost their shirts. And we had this sort of... the right-wing sort of Farage taking away a lot of votes. Starmer had very little to do with the victory. I mean, the reason, I think it's like 60% of the people... No, hear me out. 45% of the people who voted for Starmer, switched to Starmer, voted because he was not a Tory.
Right.
this is not a resounding vote for Starmerism at all.
Well, yeah, well, it's difficult to know what Starmerism meant before he could actually start wielding the big stick. Now we're we're at the foothills of finding out. We don't really know.
Yes,
Not yet. Not yet.
that I
These are the
agree with.
first few things that he's done. Usually people wait till 100 days before coming to a conclusion. Not that it really means anything. 100 days. It's just a nice round number, and people like nice round numbers. So can we wait till 100 days and then announce his political funeral?
Yes, we will revisit it.
All right. Well, let's revisit then. Thanks a lot, Hassan. Neil in Wakefield says, Lisa Nandy has been at the Wigan Rugby League match tonight. What with this on the back of the scandal of the reign of the raver, doesn't it make you pine for the days of COVID parties at number 10 and dinner parties in Italy with dubious Russian businessmen? Bring back Bodger. You willing to come back, Bodge? That's a yes. I bet if somebody called him and said, would you like to come back into the fold, it would be the fastest he had ever moved in his entire life. He'll be there before they could put the phone down. 0345 6060 973. Cumbernauld. Andrew.
Good morning, Nick. Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Andrew.
But the phrase you were looking for earlier wasn't buttering buns, it was buttering parsnips.
Oh, parsnips, yes.
Butters, no parsnips. Anyway, young criminals, you don't necessarily put them into prison. What you do is you send them out in work gangs to go and fix potholes.
Yes, or just do menial jobs like scrubbing graffiti off walls. Stuff like that improves your surroundings and thereby people's lives just a little bit. I mean, that would make a lot more sense to me to have them do that rather than sit in a cell staring at the ceiling for 23 hours a day.
Yes, and they end up with a skill, maybe get a job, and that's the one thing that will help keep people on the straight and narrow is a job.
Yeah, exactly.
And as far as school puddings are concerned, semolina is made from a starchy tropical plant or Pacific area plant.
Really?
And yeah, I'm sure it's a similar roots to tapioca and things like that.
Oh God, tapioca. Well, what's semolina look like?
It's the thin stuff that's almost gruel.
Oh no, I know that, but what plant does it come from?
I'm not entirely sure what it looks like, but it's one of these guava type plant or some sort of green tropical plant.
Here we go.
And it's got a starchy interior.
Oh, it looks like grass. It looks like wheat.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
The absolute best school pudding was Queen of Puddings. Did you ever get that when you were a kid?
Can you describe it to me?
It's got a sort of a stodgy base to it, almost spongy, a layer of jam, and then meringue on the top.
Hello.
And then does that ring bells for you? And
No.
then it can be smothered in custard.
Custard and meringue doesn't sound like it goes to me.
Oh, it was the absolute bee's knees. Absolute bee's knees. Best school dinner pudding ever. The bee's knees, the mutts nuts, whatever you call it. Right. It was the absolute best. Not that we got it very often.
Right. Spotted Dick didn't have anything on it.
No. Or Spotted Richard is these days.
Is it? Right. Sorry.
Spotted Richard. You can't have bad words anymore,
Right.
not at school.
My apologies.
No. No problem at all. No problem.
Definitely
no
not in school, not on this show. Well spotted there, Andrew. I apologise. Thanks very much.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Come on, we're running late.
We are running late. 0345 6060 973. Cowbridge, South Wales. Hello, Chris.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Nick.
Yes,
How you
sir.
doing?
Good, thanks.
Well, actually, just hearing the last caller, worst school pudding and school dinners, tapioca.
Ugh.
Oh my God, it was like so. And what the worst when it had a skin on the top. Oh my God, it was like creamed frog spawn.
That's exactly what it was like. It was disgusting.
Which is a sentence I did not envisage I was going to be saying this evening.
No.
Reason for my call. This almost irrelevant Tory leader contest, which is kind of like a fashion show, I guess, or some sort of...
worst fashion show ever.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to bring like flares and platforms back or something. With the Pritzker going out of the picture, which was obviously, good news.
Not necessarily. I mean, look at who's left.
Oh, well, to be honest with you, I mean, if you imagine if she won, I mean, can you imagine how wonderful it would be to have that pout across Keir Starmer at BMQs?
Yeah, I think any of them. I would encourage any of them to win because I think any of them would be unpalatable to your average Brit.
I mean, she's got eyebrows that just literally slice Keir apart. But the reason I mention it is I called into Cross Question with Simon earlier this week. They had a Tory MP and a few other MPs and people on the panel. And I asked the question, considering how badly or how well the British public have rejected the Tories, what does a new Tory leader have to do differently? Which in itself is not a particularly difficult question to answer. But this Tory MP, the first thing that came out of his mouth was the reason why they lost was that they were focused. They were too disunited. They were not together. And the way that a new leader could bring them together would be the way forward. It'd be uniting the party would be the way to make things better.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I sat there and I was thinking, if I had feathers, I would spit them out.
Yes.
Because it's like, at what point are you going to take any ownership for the last 14 years, especially the last 5, which is an absolute skip fire.
Well, yeah, it was a total clown show. Yeah.
Yeah, but no.
I think the subtext of that is it's our fault, us stupid British voters. It's our fault for not realising that they were actually united, because it seems like they're saying, if only we had been all saying the same thing at the same time, then the stupid British public would have understood. But because we didn't, then they made the poor judgment on their part of voting us out of power. I do still believe that they think it's our fault that they're not still in power.
Well, I mean, I'd have thought, you know what? Before, I mean, to be fair, I mean, that Suella Braverman, sorry, that just stuck in my throat.
Yes.
I'm saying that. Was the only one that kind of has come out and actually taken any ownership for it, but then she's just carried on with the same rhetoric as did before. So it's like, oh, we screwed up, but I'm just going to carry on anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's like speaking English in a foreign country. You say something once and they don't understand you. So you think, well, the ideal thing for me to do now is to just say the same thing but louder.
And with an O on the end.
Eh?
Well, listen, can you hero me-o?
I'll have to try that next time I'm in France.
It works very well in France, especially. But I just incensed that none of them seem to take any. There's been no introspection or maybe reflection that maybe we need to just own it. Maybe we just say, this is maybe what we did, but not so well. Maybe this is what it's kind of like this kind of entitlement to rule.
Well, how would you have answered that question? Because I answered it in my mind immediately you asked it. And my answer was, pose the question again.
Considering the election result, the new Tory leader, what would he or she need to do differently?
Right, okay. My immediate answer was, and I think one that might have gone down well with the listening public, is be honest.
Yeah.
Stop gaslighting.
Yeah.
But they were never going to say that because there is a certain element among them that believes that they were born to rule and that people like us us quislings as the little people.
The little people.
Not leprechauns.
But not leprechauns.
The reason that they're out of power is that we can't understand that.
Well, it did bother me when I heard that when the minister was very clear today. That was a worry.
Painful, yeah. That's a sign. Yeah, it's a sign that they've taken a step in the wrong direction. All right, thanks a lot, Chris. Got to go. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Hove. Brian.
In Hove?
Yes, Brian.
Yes, hello, Nick. I was thinking about this, about the older we get, when it comes to pop culture, we've got this library in our heads of film ideas, music ideas, theatre ideas. And the older you get, you go and look at something and you go, oh, I've seen that before, or that idea has been regurgitated from somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I was talking to a friend this morning, and they'd been to see a Chekhov play in London, and they thought it was not very good. But all the reviews were brilliant. And then when you read who writes the reviews, they're all like 25-year-olds who've never seen these ideas before. And you go, oh, that's a real shame that they seem to think that what they're watching is something new, and we as older people go, no, it's not new.
Why do people keep putting on the same things over and over and over again? You go to the theatre, and if it's anything at all, it'll probably be a jukebox musical.
Yeah.
You know, that is a musical that's just been written around 10 songs, and they've had to dream up some weak connection between them to fashion a story.
Yeah.
Or if it's a play, which you don't get very much, they're the same plays again and again and again. Chekhov, oh, for crying out loud. Aren't we miserable enough?
It gets tedious. I mean, I've been watching a series of horror films because half the time I'm not really watching them. But I am so sick and tired of a writer that writes a film script and it's just one cliche line after another cliche line.
Well,
and you go...
let me warn you ahead of time.
Warning!
In case you, by accident, thinking of tripping into a cinema and going to a screen that's showing Twister, don't do it, Brian.
Well, I know. I heard what you said earlier, and I thought, oh, that's definitely one I've got to keep away from.
It is like a student's film. It was like AI wrote a disaster movie.
Dear.
Affirmative.
Yeah, it's like it was written by a robot. Absolutely abysmal.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wanting to see the new Alien film.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm also wanting to see Longlegs with Nicolas Cage, because I've just seen little clips of it, and it's freaking me out. But the Alien film looks amazing.
Well, yeah, but clips always do make things look amazing.
Yes,
mostly. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll know when we get there. Maybe the Joker will be good. That was a superb first film. Maybe the second one's going to be good. Let's hope so. Fingers crossed, eh? These are all forthcoming attractions showing on a screen near you soon. 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 On a screen near you soon.
is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
I'm not a big fan of his brain.
Well, let's get back to it.
I hallucinate, nor is this real life. Report says that the NHS, after 14 years of Tory misrule and defunding, is unable to treat children in the manner to which they should become accustomed. And the Tories' response to that is, this is Labour politicising children's health and not offering any solutions. You've got to be kidding me. Is there no low to which they won't go?
I can't comment.
You can't comment on that. Read my column in the Daily Mail. No. This text from last night says, sent you a text last Saturday saying we were sitting outside in the south of France at midnight in 27 degrees having a glass of red. Well, it sounded like I was boasting when you read it out. 6 days later, we're huddled inside with a storm raging outside and it's 14 degrees. Gone from summer to winter within a week. I'm very glad to hear that. Wish we were in Glasgow, they say. Sounds lovely. Well, I think that Glasgow actually had a dry day today. Can you believe that?
No.
I can check on that while you wait. I think last time I checked, which was yesterday, which seems almost 24 hours ago, they were predicting that Glasgow was going to have something of a surprisingly nice week. And, yeah, it's like every other day you might see the sun. The sun. Big yellow thing in the sky. You'll know it when you see it. Don't look directly at it. This text says, my daughter is 45 next month, Nick. I'm taking all of her Take That memorabilia to the charity shop tomorrow.
Oh,
no. I hope you've discussed that with her. She also won 2 tickets for the Wembley Oasis concert in the draw and says that she won't sell them for anything. I asked her if I still have to drive her and her friends there, sleep in my car and listen to them scream all the way home. I'm 73, for goodness sake. 73 years old. I'd like to see the look on her face when she comes back and all her Take That memorabilia is gone. I mean, that will be priceless. Chris in Middlesbrough says, I'm wearing shorts in my man cave. I'm looking forward to the winter so that I don't have to cut the grass every 5 minutes. This weather has had my grass growing quicker than Nigel Farage's bank account.
Want to score some pot?
Not that kind of grass. These are texts and messages and such from last... hang on. I think I overdid it yesterday. I pushed my voice too much.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah, a little bit too much. Started out okay, but then about halfway through I started... But you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
This text says, Hi, Nick. Hi, Nick. Hi. This special relationship that journos love to talk about for the USA and the UK... It's like that special relationship from... This is not written very well. I'll try and edit it as I'm reading it, which is very... don't you try this at home. I am a trained professional. This special relationship that journos love to use for the USA and the UK is that special like that annoying guy in the office who keeps flirting with you, smiling with his crooked, stained teeth and halitosis, and asking you out for dinner... And after you politely say maybe another day, he goes and tells his mates that he has a new girlfriend with which he has a special relationship.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. But can I just clear up, which is, between the US and the UK, which is the one with the crooked, stained teeth and halitosis? Because traditionally that's us, that is. We don't do teeth very well. This text says, I mean, they either look like the contents of a disused cemetery, or they give off that sort of purple halo glow that you get from those influencer types. I mean, you need sunglasses to look at them when they smile. Painful. This text says, if it costs £50,000 a year to keep somebody in prison, why don't we just give the criminals £45,000 not to commit crime and we'll be quids in? we'll be quids in. Well, that's just a fact. That's a good idea. I mean, hands up who wouldn't like that. You're a lifelong perp and you are considering doing, another crime that would cost us poor dopes who pay taxes 50 grand a year to keep you in a prison place to which you have become accustomed. How about we give you £45,000, we'll save 5 grand, and you can do whatever you like with it. That's just a good idea. Keith says, referring to the numpty who was banged up today for 9 years for trying to... This is yesterday's tweets. Banged up today for 9 years for trying to burn down asylum seekers' accommodation. Not a hotel. It's not a hotel, it's an accommodation block. You can't fail to see the irony of him now getting free food and board for 9 years off the taxpayer at 50 grand a year, when most of these numpties were complaining about asylum seekers getting free food and accommodation. Yep, that's about the strength of it. Yes. How many more of these I've got? Oh, they just go on and on and on. And new ones are coming in all the time. Why can't these people just leave me alone? This text says, I think Birmingham has given us better bands than Manchester has. Electric Light Orchestra, Ozzy, yes?
No.
And Sabbath and Judas Priest, says that texter. Starting a fight with Birmingham.
Calm down.
And Manchester. This text says, do you realise that the new England manager Lee Carsley won't be singing the national anthem tomorrow? These are yesterday's texts. Why aren't you talking about this? Very suspicious, says that texter. Well, I did have detailed files about that yesterday. But as it hadn't actually happened yet, I thought I'll stave off. But if you insist, here's how it started. At first it was all oohs and ahs, and then came the running and the screaming. And so this is a tale of 3 takes about the new England football manager. Take 1. How raising a son with Down syndrome turned Lee Carsley from a selfish Premier League star to England's interim boss and will help him cope with the pressure of leading the 3 Lions, was the headline in the Mail. Big story, complete with feel-good tales of family life and what a good egg is Lee Carsley, and how the job of being England's interim boss is something that will come with a lot of pressure. And the article ended with this. The heartwarming tale means Carsley is unlikely to get too high or too low as England coach, whether on an interim or ultimately permanent basis. The 50-year-old will remain grounded as he takes to the dugout for the first time against the Republic of Ireland at the Aviva Stadium in Dublin, as the 3 Lions face a nation he represented 40 times as a player on Saturday. That's how it started. Some moments later, in the same paper, we would like to dissociate ourselves from a positive article printed about Lee Carsley and would like to make clear that this paper thinks he is an absolute disgrace and that he should leave the country if he hates it so much. Among the stories correcting their position, this one headlined, Lee Carsley shockingly admits he will not, capital letters in bold, sing the national anthem when he takes charge of England against Ireland in Dublin, risking fan fury. There was no fan fury. I mean, the fans don't even sing the national anthem. They're too busy booing the national anthem of the team England is playing against. Lee Carsley made his decision. He will not sing the national anthem as he assumes charge of England for the first time. So far, so factual in this reporting. But follow me, dear listener, as we descend into the mind of the person that wrote this spittle-flecked nonsense, keeping in mind that Lee Carsley played for Ireland. Not Northern Ireland, but Ireland. You know, the land of...
the little people.
Not leprechauns. And armed with that knowledge, they write, now it's time for the Football Association to take theirs. What? Oh, their decision. He has made his decision as Lee Carsley. Now it's up for the Football Association to take theirs. Sack him. This was written before the game, before he had not sung. Sack him, ideally, right now, just before kick-off, if needs be. If needs be. The man went from hero to zero in about 5 seconds, all because of a song that he won't sing. You know, just like half his team wouldn't sing unless the cameras were sweeping up the line while that dirge was playing. I remember when they didn't used to sing. Because, you know, if they didn't move their lips these days and the camera is on close-up as it goes up the line, as our song is played, and they were the wrong type of player, they get a monstering by the foamers. So what to think about this big bunch of nothing? Well, fortunately, the press has the answer, so you don't have to think. Call him interim, temporary, stand-in or caretaker manager. This is no job for an Englishman who refuses to pay even so much as lip service to our realm. Realm. Do me a favour. I mean, not that it matters if Carsley conjures up a 10-0 victory in Dublin this Saturday. His answer to the Irish question has told us where his heart belongs, on the Emerald Isle, says the story. We don't need it confirmed by lips stuck together as if by sellotape on the Aviva Stadium touchline. You know, I actually feel sorry for these people. Imagine having to churn out stuff like this all day. Here's another, same paper. England interim boss Lee Carsley has been branded an embarrassment after he sparked fury by not singing God Save the King during the Three Lions match with Ireland. OK. The only people that branded him an embarrassment are the embarrassing writers of this bilge. And as for sparking fury, no he didn't, no he didn't, no he didn't. What he actually sparked was a wave of good feeling by leading the England team to a 2-0 win. That's all that matters. It's football, not war. But that's not what sells papers. What sells papers and glues angry red eyes to the website is headlines like, Lee Carsley has lost the entire nation before his team kick a ball. No, he didn't. He did not lose 55 million people by saying he won't join in singing some silly lyrics about giving all your best stuff to a man who has whole palaces stuffed with the best stuff that the world has ever made. But maybe the Mail has discovered a sinister reason that Lee Carsley has accepted the role of interim England manager. It says, make no mistake, behind the contrived humility, Carsley has his eye on becoming the full-time successor to Gareth Southgate.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. He's been rumbled. Man takes temporary position, hoping to put his name in the frame for a full-time job. The intrigue, the underhandedness. How can anyone be so sneaky? There's more. Carsley is technically astute. The FA hierarchy have been impressed by his coaching of the England under-21s in winning a European championship at that level. But the FA should have been alerted by the sight of Carsley sitting on those benches with mouth frozen shut as the players belted out our anthem. They should know there is more to senior England than schoolmasterly acumen. Yes, so some schoolmaster could win the European Championship at under-21 level. Do me a favour. They should know there is much more to senior England than schoolmasterly acumen. Much more. Yes, there's singing a song that's all about one man, not the nation. And he's not even the most popular member of his own family. That's still the Queen. Followed by Wills and Whatsit, but not in that order. And then Princess Anne, and then Chaz. And you know what? For those born after 1981, anyone still under the age of 45, he's not even very well thought of himself. His popularity rating is 48% with people under the age of 45. More dislike him than like him. So practically everybody in the land who isn't past middle-aged would not be singing this song either. And it's not even the England song. It's the British national anthem, foisted upon the Welsh and the Scots and the Northern Irish, whether they like it or not. It's what we do for a living in England. Foist. That's Team GB's song, that is. Which, by the way, wasn't sung heartily at the Olympics, or at all, as far as I could see, by our fated Olympians, who should, what, all give up their gold medals and sit in a dark room of shame for the rest of their lives? Or does it just apply to football? Yeah, it's one of those things that just applies to football, isn't it? It's complained about by people who complain about things that are just associated with football, like taking the knee, like those badges for causes that the managers wear, rainbow laces, All of the things that the purple-faced Fury Brigade whine are just for football. Oh, why does it have to be football? Because I didn't hear any of them complain when they played Jerusalem before an England cricket match. I had to look that up, by the way. I've never watched a cricket match in my life, and I suppose that makes me an unpatriotic lefty.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Hot air. H-O-T-A-I-R.
It says, I'm still on yesterday's messages. It says, Nick, I have awful news, and I thought you should know. I am currently listening to you while searching for something to watch on YouTube. I'm staring at a photo of you from 2007. You have the same hairstyle as Michael Fabricant. That is a lie. I just have maybe too much product in my hair, that's all.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
You just don't. That is a fact. Get that picture off my screen right now. I mean it. Barbara, in fact, wipe it from the internet. Make it one of those things that when it comes up and says some of the answers in your search are not available in the European Union. Make it one of those. Michael Fabricant doesn't have any hair on the top of his head. That is one of those restaurant window plates of plastic spaghetti. It's a very well-known incident where he stole one out of the window of an Italian restaurant and has been wearing it on his head ever since. Not a lot of people know that. Chingford, hello, John.
Oh, hi, Nick. Good evening.
Yes.
Actually, I've got an important question, but should we do it after my two subjects, or do you want to do it now?
You've got three things?
Well, just a question and two very brief subjects.
Okay, well, I'll leave the order to you, because only you know what you're talking about.
Do I? I really rarely ever do, but
right. Well,
maybe...
Certainly I'm glad you called. Yes? Hello?
Hello. Yeah,
Is there anybody there?
Hello.
Yes?
Hello. Ian McKellen has also upset the right people.
Yeah.
In fact, our favourite TV channel, which we like to call the House of Wax, have been going absolutely gangbusters because he said the Queen was rather rude to him. So
yes, I heard the Queen was rather rude. I know somebody whose parent met the Queen, and she was particularly rude to them in quite surprising circumstances because it involved the death of their husband, and they were giving back some sort of, I can't remember exactly what the medal was, but it was one of those medals that the Queen gives out that there's only a certain amount of, and when the person dies, then they've got to give it back. And they went to give it back, and she was quite off with them, which I thought was a bit, I don't know, didn't quite sit very well with me.
No. Well, Ian McKellen, of course, has been getting a lot of. Well, he's taken over from Meghan Markle and Gary Lineker, who they also hate.
Yeah, I don't think. I think adding to the list rather than taking over from people who are on that list. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course the England manager, of course, he's in fact.
Blimey! Wow.
One of the guys made his rant tonight about this disrespectful, sort of.
I restate my case. Yeah, I restate my case. Hello.
Hello, no, I'm here.
Is there anybody there? Hello.
I'm still here.
I restate my case. I do feel kind of a bit sad, really, for people who have to whip up that sort of pretend fury for a living. I mean, it must really... It must sort of take it out of you. I think it probably affects your innards quite in a negative way. I mean, they'll be growing all sorts inside of them. It'd be like a mushroom farm in there.
Yeah, perish the thought. Good Lord. The other thing, apart from Ian McKellen, is fluffy kittens. There's a new kitten in Downing Street, a Siberian kitten.
Oh, yeah.
Which adds to Jojo the cat and Larry the cat. They've got a problem on the Downing Street flat because there's a bomb-proof door, and it's very hard to put a cat flap in a bomb-proof door.
Yeah. Well,
no, I'm not kidding.
No, I'm not kidding either. Yeah, no, I completely understand that. But why are there 3 cats? Who's Jojo?
Well, Jojo's the rescue cat.
Who's rescue cat?
Well, Keir Starmer's rescue cat.
Right. Didn't Boris Johnson have a dog or a cat or something?
Dylan the dog.
Right.
Dylan the dog.
Do we know anything about
Anyway,
Dylan? Has he sat on it yet?
I don't know. But anyway, this cat is as yet unnamed. It's a Siberian. They're very fluffy. They're little fluff balls. Apparently, they're very inquisitive and very intelligent.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we could get it to run the country.
Who knows? So that's quite nice. There's 3 cats now in Downing Street.
That's probably not nice. Cats don't like company that they're not related to, by and large, particularly older cats, and being introduced to younger cats. I bet Larry is somewhat miffed.
Well, I don't know. I know Larry never got on with George Osborne's cat, Freya. He didn't like Freya at all. But,
well, then that perfectly reflects the nation's opinion about George Osborne. We didn't get on with him either.
Anyway, I think just one. Can I do my question?
What's your query?
Are we having a review of the year this year? Because I know when you do 10-day stints, you get that. the thing is, you don't have to talk that much. You can just say, "Here's John from Chingford," and that's going on the list. Because there's been gangbusters this year. I've actually lost 2 of my guitar heroes this year. And the year's, got 3.5 months to go yet. The
guitar heroes that we lost this year, remind me?
Oh, no, I can't. I mean, otherwise somebody else would nick them. I'm saving them up for the end of the year, really.
Well, John, they'll still be dead by the end of the year. Don't worry about it.
But somebody else will come in, because I've got a lovely story on one of them.
OK, well, I don't know. The Christmas schedule has not been announced yet, but I am available, should it be necessary. All right.
Well, and don't worry about the lurgy, because, we'll do all the talking.
Yeah, it don't really work out that way, but it's a nice thought. All right, thanks a lot, John. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. This says, "Hi, Nick, how about the prison system starts reforming prisoners? Estonia and Holland's empty jails attest to this. The whole government is archaic." A lot of thoughts all crammed into the same text there. This says, "I believe Clive Anderson suggested the scheme of training prisoners in trade skills while constructing prisons over 10 years ago." Oh, this was relating to a phone call I got yesterday from somebody who said that prisoners should actually be repurposed to build the next category of prison, which I think is a particularly bad idea, because if you're going to build something, then you can build a way out of it, right? I think that you want a person to build a prison who doesn't expect to ever be in one. Besides, isn't Clive Anderson a comic? We're taking advice on penal... no, never mind. I got stuck on penal.
Disgusting.
Di says there are 4,190 unoccupied UK islands. Bring in more sharks and stick the prisoners on the most distant of those islands. A lot cheaper than Rwanda. Well, that just makes sense, Di. Andy in Plymouth says, "Just in case you weren't aware, the gangs who smuggle migrants for money are vile and repugnant. I know this, as in the space of 2 interviews today, lasting 15 minutes, Dan Jarvis mentioned this fact, by my count, 11 times. So now we know." Dan Jarvis, Member of Parliament for the United Kingdom, Barnsley North, wherever that is. Yes, I do believe that Dan Jarvis has been very clear about that. Just as long as he doesn't say it.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
And I can't stand him.
Matt says, "Nick, so this week Nadine Dorries criticised Angela Raver." Angela Raver for her Ibiza shenanigans. But wasn't Nadine Dorris the MP that went on the TV show I'm a Celebrity eating kangaroo testicles while Parliament was in session? It's unbelievable. You just couldn't make that stuff up, says Matt. And in case you've been in a coma and you've just woken up, he didn't actually make any of that stuff up. You have a lot to catch up on. The stuff you've missed, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Alan in Reigate says, Nick, dear Donald needs to be nice to Kamala for his pardon. But my guess is he'll be gone before that happens. Well, have you heard him speak lately? I think he's gone now. Manchester. Hello, Stephen.
How you doing, mate?
Good, thanks. Doing, yes, very well.
So, they're having a go at Declan Rice about not celebrating his goal, and he's basically come out and said, look, my grandparents are Irish and they're deceased, and look, it wouldn't have been right for me to jump around wherever they were tonight playing. I get that. And then the Lee Carsley thing, all of a sudden the press have just realised that Lee Carsley, you know, he's the under-21 manager for quite a long time. I wouldn't imagine he sang the national anthem then. No. And then he played for Ireland 40 times. I get it when Sven was the... but by the way, God bless Sven, because he's just died, hasn't he? Yeah. So he embraced being English, but he wasn't English. We didn't expect him to sing the national anthem, him or Capello. So I think this is just absolute rot that they've all of a sudden gone, Lee Carsley, well, you know...
Stephen, are you old enough?
National anthem. He played for Ireland 40 times. He played for Ireland 2 times.
Yeah, I know. But he could have played for England if he had been asked, having been born in Birmingham. But
so could Declan Rice.
Yeah, I know.
Rice family
I'm not arguing with you. But are you old enough to remember, and it doesn't seem very long ago to me, that the camera used to pan across the line of the players when God Save the Queen was on, and none of them were singing at all. I mean, at
all
most...
That tune as well. It's like about 10 seconds behind, and that, and you just go and pull yourself together.
Well, you know the reason for that is that the tune is being played directly down the television, but in the stadium it takes a while for the sound to reach them, so it does always look a bit out of sync. But they never used to sing that song. There used to be about one player that would be singing. At most, the others would be just mumbling, or they'd be standing there with their mouths open. But now a message must have gone around saying, "Well, you're going to have to, lads. Yeah, sing it like your lives, like your lives depended on it, because the press are going to be all over you if you don't."
Nick, I sent you an email during the week, by the way.
Oh yeah,
and it was 20 things you didn't know about the greatest Western of all time, arguably.
Which is
the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Oh, the good, bad, and the ugly. Right.
Yeah.
Well, name us.
You've not opened this up and looked at it, have you?
No, I haven't. No.
Well, it's in there anyway. But the first thing on the list was 20 things that you didn't know about the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
Apart from possibly Red River, John Wayne, it's probably the greatest cowboy movie. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions at the end of this. Right? It's going to be quick anyway.
Go ahead.
So the first thing when you open this thing up is Orson Welles, who's a big pal of Sergio Leone, who knew, said, don't do this. It's a dreadful movie and it'll never do anything, and the Americans don't like movies about the Civil War. How wrong was Orson Welles?
Very well, yeah. So 2 questions. Greatest movie, and you can open this up, obviously, to the wonderful people. Oh, thanks.
Greatest thanks, Nick. The greatest Western of all time, but who's your favourite cowboy as well?
The greatest Western of all time is Star Wars.
It is a Western, isn't it?
Yeah.
But is that not like that Japanese film that they've always got, the Shogun thing, Shogun Assassins, and stuff like that?
I didn't see that.
Who's your greatest cowboy?
My greatest cowboy, Boris Johnson.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's cheap, Nick.
Yeah, I do cheating for a living. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Stephen. We don't take questions on this show. This says, hi, Nick, I was just putting my laundry away and found a hole in my sock. Gee, thanks a lot, Meghan Markle. There's stuff that they try to shoehorn onto into Meghan Markle's little slip-ons, really, as being her fault. It's just absolutely ludicrous. I mean, it's just comical at this point. I can't even be bothered. Don't ask me. This text says, our local Heron supermarket has a frozen school dinner pudding section. Beat that. Well, what's in it? It better not be semolina. Or that other one that is kind of like semolina, whatever that is. One of those Enas. Michael in Toronto says, Estonia is a fabulous place. Tallinn and Tartu are well-preserved ancient cities well worth a visit. Well, if you chuck a brick through a post office window, then you can go there for free. Westminster, Calvin.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. Yeah, I was just talking about the jails and the Gallow of Reading, or the Reading Gallow, has been bought by a Chinese businessman called Channing Bai, and maybe we could send some of the peaceful prisoners to go and work for him in his new hotel and arts venue in Reading. People like the Extinction Rebellion prisoners, people like the Just Stop Oil prisoners, who are peaceful prisoners, basically.
Yeah.
And, you know, they weren't put in prison because they're running around smashing up cars or trying to burn hotels full of immigrants.
Yes, but in many cases, the people that were doing that are serving a shorter prison term than people who took part in a Zoom call about maybe holding up traffic for a bit. Good grief, what kind of a country is this?
Well, this is the kind of country where whistleblowers are sectioned on fabricated evidence to silence them.
Right.
And that's the type of country that we live in.
Yes, it is.
And
it is somewhat alarming. Let's hope that we have turned a corner in that regard. Although I shall have to wait for evidence to prove it before I start to relax a little bit. How about you?
Well,
yes,
I'm still waiting for justice personally. And you talk about cowboys. Boris Johnson is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
My biggest, he's one above him though for me, and his name's Andrew Gilligan.
Right. Okay.
So I was a whistleblower to Andrew Gilligan about...
All right, okay. Well, whatever you're about to say is probably not something that I want to hear on the radio. Not on this show, but good effort, Calvin. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Don't drag me into your purple nightmare. Helen from Limehouse says, vegetable medley. I like carrots, sweet corn and peas, but put them together and it's a no from me. Yeah, it's weird, that, vegetable medley. It's the one thing at school that I just absolutely couldn't... I mean, OK, if you put down semolina and there was some jam in it, and maybe I would ask, pretty please, with sugar on top, can I have some custard with that, please? I could just about get it down. But vegetable medley, there was just something about it that was utterly repellent. But take those individual vegetable parts out of that medley, and on their own, they were perfectly fine. Put them together... disgusting. Julie in Sheffield says, Nick, in the 1960s we had mixed veg at a school called Macedon. Macedon. Honestly, it's a real thing. What is? The name of your school? Or that you had mixed veg at it? Or that this happened in the 1960s? Macedon. Am I reading that wrong? Am I missing something? Maybe not. I don't know. Well, almost certainly. John says, I used to enjoy school meals, Nick. Back in my day, it was actual food, prepared and cooked on the premises rather than outsourced for a Lee Anderson-style budget per meal. It's a dish. What do you mean it's a dish?
Well, no, there's pictures of salad.
Is that
Macedon?
Macedon?
Yeah, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but that's what it is.
Right. Well, we've got a blooming expert next door. That looks all right. I mean, that looks just like somebody's chopped vegetables and rolled them around in salad cream or, you know, mayonnaise perhaps, and put them on a plate with a nice piece of, like a little quarter of an egg there and a salad leaf. But, you know, it's the sort of thing that they would serve as lunch in the National Trust. I'll get to the National Trust in a bit as well. Good grief, the stuff that's happened today. I can't believe it. From Judy, says, semolina is vanilla-flavoured frog spawn. Yummy, says Judy. No, it wasn't even vanilla-flavoured. It was just frog spawn. It was frog spawn flavoured. Absolutely revolting stuff. Says, also, I remember rice pudding that could be moulded into some very rude shapes. What, like what? Pictures, please. This text says, does anybody know how they get the contents of a... Okay, now, if you didn't hear the show yesterday, there was a revelation that I have made on this show before, and it was received with a certain degree of alarm. Do you like ice cream?
Yes.
Would you like to know what's in it?
Affirmative.
No, you actually wouldn't. You actually wouldn't. Because one of the flavours for ice cream, and this is not just any old ice cream, this is not cheap ice cream, I think this is just how they make it, is... Get ready. Grip onto something firm. You know what, I can't say it. Look it up. Or listen to yesterday's podcast and all will be revealed in its gruesome, excruciating detail. But how anybody discovered that it would be a good addition to ice cream, I have no idea. What led anybody to think that to take a look at that and think, oh, well, that would be nice, chilled, out the freezer? You wouldn't believe it. Anyway, don't get me started.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Hello? Number, please. Trying to connect you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting, Ollie. You're in Woolwich, but you know that.
I do know that.
Yes, Ollie.
I just gave myself brain freeze literally just before you answered the call, and then sorry. How are you, Nick?
Yes, great, mate.
Good. Yeah, I was just calling about what your general thoughts on the state of talk radio is at the moment.
I think we're doing fine at LBC. Any further questions?
Well, it doesn't seem like... LBC seems like the only... So there's the other, your rival, which is awful, basically. But it doesn't seem like there's, like, fun people that often anymore. But, like, it used to be kind of Ian Lee and people
fun
like that.
People? Right.
Well, I kind of just...
Well, I think fun people go to television, where there's more... How shall I put it? Money.
Yeah, but Ian Lee's not making any money now at all.
Right, well, I've got no idea. Let's not bring individuals into the conversation. If you want to talk generally, then that's fine. But
it was great, and he used to do the kind of.
So you are continuing with that train of thought.
Well, it's just an interesting thing of it. Used to be Clive Ball used to do kind of.
Okay, all right. I've got no idea what your beef is, Ollie, but there are no end of talk stations to listen to and no end of talk show hosts to listen to. If you want fun, then just go find the fun ones. Simples. In a nutshell, stop complaining. Peter in Norfolk says, hello, Nick. Talking about school dinners, when I was at the infants' school and I refused to eat my pudding because it had currants in it, they used to make me eat it in the toilets.
What?
What? It says Peter in Norfolk. Are you going to be all right, Peter? Because, I don't know, you seem to have... There seems to be a hangover from your school days. When I was at the infant school, I refused to eat my pudding because it had currants in it, so they used to make me eat it in the toilets. This is known as normal for Norfolk. No offence. This text says, if we can have a national vote to leave the European Union, surely we can have one to change the anthem. Yes, I agree entirely. I bet His Majesty would like another tune for every time he steps out of a carriage. I mean, it's bad enough for us. We only hear it once in a while. He must hear it multiple times a day. It's probably his... It's probably his wake-up alarm. Can you imagine? I mean, if there's anything that would make you want to pull the covers over your head and go back to sleep, it's this. Oh. Yeah, God save me. Yeah, I know. Jan says, I agree totally about the national anthem, Nick. It is an embarrassment in this day and age. If he's honest, I bet King Charles thinks so too. and we would be very grateful if he did something about it. Yes, correctamundo. I mean, apart from that dirge of a tune, what are the lyrics like? Like, I did some homework just before I came on the air. Can you believe that?
No.
Yes, I did. Here's the lyrics of the German national anthem. Unity and justice and freedom for the German fatherland. Towards these let us all strive, brotherly with heart and hand. Unity and justice and freedom are the foundations of happiness. Flourish in the radiance of this happiness. Flourish, German fatherland. It's all about Happiness. That's the German national anthem. Here's the French one. Gird yourself. This is a bit alarming. Let's go, children of the fatherland. The day of glory has arrived. Against us, tyranny's bloody flag is raised. In the countryside, do you hear the roaring of these fierce soldiers? They come right to our arms to slit the throats of our sons, our friends. Grab your weapons, citizens. Form your battalions. Let us march. Let us march. May impure blood water our fields. Blimey. Here's ours. God save our gracious King. Long live our noble King. God save the King. Okay, that's the first three lines are saying the same thing. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King. That's the same thing again. God save the King. That's 4 times. 4 times in 8 lines, they're saying the same thing. Then comes the really weird part. Us poor dopes who pay taxes are presented with this. Thy choicest gifts in store, on him be pleased to pour. No. He's got no end of choice gifts. If you had an army of people with feather dusters, it would take them a year to clean his knickknacks. Long may he reign, may he defend our laws. Well, he doesn't do that. And ever give us cause to sing with heart and voice, God save the King again. It's all about him. Whereas the French and German ones are all about the land, the country, the people. But ours is all about just one person who lives the richest life of anybody who has ever lived on planet Earth. And it encourages to give him our best stuff. Well, let me think about that for a second.
No.
No! I need my best stuff. He just put it in the attic of one of his smaller palaces. Anyway, but, big fan, Your Majesty. Keep up the good work. Oh, look, we've got today's text now. I've done all of yesterday's. I'm a good boy, I am. Only took me 55 minutes to do it. Mark in Toxeter says, Meghan Markle has told me I need to stop DJing and mixing and listen to your show. It's all her fault. Okay, maybe I should go back to yesterday's text, because I'm not sure about the today's text so far. Not so far, no. Shall I try another? Ahmed from Leicester says, is it true Sunak's indoor heated pool was custom-made to suit him? So at the deep end, it only goes down 3 feet. Just asking questions, says Ahmed. Okay, I'm definitely preferring yesterday's messages so far. Let's see now. Lingfield, Genevieve.
Hello.
Genevieve.
Yes, hi.
Yes,
How
Genevieve.
are you?
Good, thanks.
I was wondering, do you feel a bit sorry
What does
for
that mean?
Rishi?
What does that mean?
Lots of things on my mind.
Yes.
Wondering which one to say.
Say the first thing that pops into it.
No, I can't ever. That would be disastrous for you.
Say the second thing.
No, I can't. So I'm going with the third.
Right.
I feel a bit sorry for Rishi nowadays.
Are you kidding me?
I think he's called that election
Yeah.
to get the hell out.
Yes. I would not be remotely surprised. He didn't want that job anymore. He was an absolute catastrophic failure in that job. He was uniquely unsuited to that position.
Yeah.
He's probably sailed through life being... but slipping into a comfortable shoe of a job everywhere he went. And it's just been...
Haven't we all, Nick?
And living this gilded life where everything just gets delivered to him on a silver salver. And then he came up with one job that he was just absolutely, totally unsuited to. He was awful at that job.
Yeah. And I think him and his wife said, crikey, crumpets, let's get the heck out of here.
Yes.
And let's get our children into another school somewhere or whatever they have to do. And then it's just dragged on, hasn't it? And, like, where do you live now when you're not in number 10? Do you go back to Yorkshire? Or where is he living?
If he's living in Yorkshire,
in a travel lodge?
I will go to... Definitely not, no. If he's living in... unless he's bought a £500 million yacht and he's called it Travelodge.
Yeah, that would be excellent.
Yeah, he'll be... I bet he's not living in Yorkshire. He'll be living in London or Los Angeles or, in some tax haven somewhere.
But he was there. I saw him on Wednesday at the old... chatty chat thing.
Right, he made a brief appearance, did he? Just for half an hour, yeah.
And I thought he was okay, actually.
What does that mean?
I thought he did a good job.
Oh, right.
Actually, as an opposition leader.
Really?
It's a shame he doesn't want to do it. Like, obviously, he's not going to do it.
Let's be clear. Your performance at Prime Minister's Questions does not indicate whether you do well or badly as the MP or Minister or whatever position you hold. That's just show. That's just show business, that is.
But I'm already bored of Keir.
Good. I think a period of boredom would not go amiss.
Oh, yeah. But I like to say now, you know how Nigel Farage did that very good boring thing? Yeah. I like to do that now. And I felt just after PMQs on Wednesday, boring.
Yeah, good. I'm glad that he's boring, and I'm glad that the newspapers are having trouble finding a way in which to attack him because he's so boring. in much the same way that the right-wing foamers in America are having a difficult time trying to find a way to attack Kamala Harris because she's kind of boring as well compared to, the person who's very, very smart.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Huh?
I don't think she's boring at all. I think she's very charismatic.
Yeah, I do too, yeah. But compared to, Agolf Twitter...
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, fine. Also, secondary...
Yeah.
Do you remember there used to be a phone-in... What got me into talk radio was when... there was a guy who used to, let anyone ring in. It just used to go straight to air. You remember?
Yeah, me.
No. Was it you? No, it wasn't. I know it wasn't you.
I used to do a thing called Russian roulette on the phones, where I just used to open it up and take them straight to air. Yeah.
Well, it was a guy called... Well, I'm not going to say in case you cut me off or something, but anyway, I know who it was, and it was on an AM... Maybe an AM radio thing.
In this country?
Yes.
Yeah. Me?
No, when I was acting as a Russian spy.
Yeah, it was me.
In my native language.
Yeah.
Anyway, and he just used to say every single person rang in. I mean, can you imagine how fun that would be? Should we do it for half an hour?
Absolutely, Genevieve, but as soon as you come up with another idea like that, I want you to keep it to yourself, all right? Cheers, my dear. Got to go, because, I just have to go. But there is still some fun to be had in politics.
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project. I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened, and it completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No, thank you. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
This is absolute tosh.
I don't believe I've ever met him. I'm pretty sure I didn't meet him, and I just don't know anything about him.
Thanks, Donny. You're the best. You're the best, worst person ever. He is unravelling. I mean, that man's brain is in as good a state as his hair. He assured Pennsylvanians on Saturday at one of his safe space rallies that what might look like incoherent ramblings, as he frequently departed from his scripted speech, were instead indicators of his brilliance that impressed other great minds. He says, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? I'll talk about like 9 different things and they'll all come back brilliantly together, and it's like friends of mine that are English professors, they say it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. But the fake news, you know what they say? He rambled. I'm not rambling. What you do is you get off a subject to mention another little tidbit, and then you get back on the subject and you go through this. You do it for 2 hours and you don't even mispronounce one word. People come to me all the time. They say, sir, you are a genius. I say thank you. I can't wait to the debate. I wish they'd leave his mic open all the time, but his people, I think his people demanded that the mic get shut off when he wasn't supposed to be speaking, because he'll just start using his words.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Yes, he has the best words. Yeah, he's very highly educated. He's a smart person.
Trust me. I'm like a smart person.
Trust him. You trust him, don't you? After what were supposed to be the remarks on his economic agenda on Thursday, Donald Trump was asked whether he will commit to making childcare affordable and what specific piece of legislation he would support to do so. And when I saw that person ask that question and say what specific piece of legislation he would support to do so to make childcare more affordable, I thought, uh-oh, here we go. Are we going to get a specific piece of information from the Tangerine Scream? Of course not.
Oh, shut up!
A 2-minute, 362-word response followed. The Republican presidential nominee addressed the Economic Club of New York on Thursday. And I looked it up. The Economic Club of New York is a U.S. non-profit, non-partisan membership organization dedicated to promoting the study and discussion of social, economic, and political questions. So says its blurb. Okay, well, discuss this. Trump was asked the following question. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation you would advance? And you know that he stopped listening after prioritizing, or about halfway through that word. Prior what? And he responded as follows. Well, I can't do the voice this long. Actually, I don't know how he keeps it up. He said, well, I would do that, and we're sitting down, and I was somebody. We had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue, but I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because, look, childcare is. There's something you could have to do it. In this country, you have to do it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly, and it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, and that it's going to take care. Let me remind you...
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He said, we're going to have... I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud, and all of the other things that are going on in our country, because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just told you about. Are you following this so far? He said, we're going to be taking in trillions of dollars, and as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers that we'll be taking in. We're going to be making this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people, but we're going to take care of our country first. This is about America first. It's about America, make America great again. We have to do it because right now we're a failing nation, so we'll take care of it. That was the answer to, if you win in November, can you commit to prioritising legislation to make childcare more affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation would you advance? And some people in the audience actually applauded at the end of that. I mean, maybe they were just relieved that he had stopped speaking. Please, Donny, stop speaking more often, they said.
Don't be rude.
And Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, was asked a similar question at one of these Looney Tunes right-wing events in Arizona. And Vance suggested lowering hiring standards for childcare workers and removing what he called the ridiculous certification policies that he claims have nothing to do with taking care of kids. That weirdo is right. Lowering hiring standards for people who will have custody of your children for the day. Yeah, that's a great idea. But let's not lower them to the point where you might get someone like J.D. Vance as your childminder.
This guy is sick. There's something wrong with this guy.
I couldn't agree more. You see, I think that it would be beneficial to the nation to have a period of boredom instead of the undiluted crazy that we got going on over there and that we used to have going on over here.
This is complete nonsense.
It's not nonsense, Bodge, and you know it. That should be the title of his byline in the Mail. This is complete nonsense, written by Boris Johnson. Pontefract. Hello, Sheila.
Hello, Nick. I'd like to go back. I'm 81 years old, and I'd like to go back to school days.
81 years old.
Yes.
Yes. 1 moment. Now, what is it about school days that... Thank you. What is it about school... No, thank you. What is it about school days that you would like to go back to?
Well, I didn't pass my 11 plus, but I did pass for what was then called a technical school.
Oh, yes.
Where I learnt commercial business, shorthand and typing, commerce, etc.
Right.
Now, I remember in 1957... there was a potato shortage.
Was there?
Yes, and so what happened was we got our school meals, which consisted of vegetables and a loaf of bread on the table, dry.
Yeah.
And that was your first meal.
Right. What do you mean by first meal?
Well, that's what your meal. That's what your meal.
Right.
That was your dinner.
That was right.
Dinner.
And then, when you say dinner, do you mean lunch?
Lunch, yes. Well, we call it dinner in Yorkshire.
Yeah, and supper is for dinner. Yeah, I get it.
Yes, okay. And then in Yorkshire, we call prog spawn tapioca.
Tapioca.
Yes.
God, what is that stuff?
It's tapioca.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's frog spawn.
No, but seriously, what?
I don't know what it's made of. I have no idea.
Somebody should look into that, because I think that they were hiding nuclear waste in that stuff. That was revolting.
Yes, but how do you think we felt with a plate of vegetables and dry bread?
Didn't you get any butter on the bread?
No, there wasn't butter. It was a school.
Well, they can't afford butter in schools.
Oh, it would have been margarine.
Right. Well, margarine is that old? Is it? How old is margarine? And what is margarine, by the way? I think it's petrol byproducts.
I don't know. It's blooming awful.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? They used to tell us to eat margarine because it was the healthy alternative, and now they're saying, you know what? Please disregard everything that we've said about that whole margarine issue. Eat butter.
I mean, one of the most popular brands was Echo.
Yeah, I remember
ECHO.
that. ECHO.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was the most awful thing you have ever tasted.
Unless...
It tasted like lard.
Yeah, well, I think it was lard. Isn't Echo lard? I think it is.
No, it was a margarine.
I'm not sure about that.
Echo was a margarine.
I think Echo was... You know what? I'm going to have to look that up while you're... I'll look it up while you wait. How does that sound?
Thank you.
No, thank you. Echo margarine. Okay, let's find out. Echo margarine. Right.
Yes.
So do they... Where can I buy... Okay, here. Where can I buy Echo margarine in the UK?
I don't think you can now.
No, hang on a minute. This is a question that I'm reading online. And, of course, every time you press a thing online, do you want your necessary cookies, your performance cookies, your functional cookies, your targeting cookies? Do you want store and or access information on a device? Do you want personalised advertising and content measurement, audience research and services development? And on and on and on it goes. No, I don't want any of those things. I just want the answer to the blooming question, for crying out loud. But
no, I think what they use it probably in third world countries for making bonds.
For making what?
Bonds, cakes.
Oh. Well, I have no idea, but that sounds awful.
Yes, well, it was awful for us as well.
Yeah. But it made you big and strong, though.
It hasn't me. I'm only 4'10" and weigh 6 stone.
Like I said, it's very slimming.
Very slimming, yes, the lad was.
Yeah.
Very slippy.
It's slippy and slimming, because you didn't eat it. That's the way to shed the calories.
We couldn't have it. We couldn't afford it at our school.
If you just don't eat, yeah.
No, you just had dry bread and your vegetables.
Well, what kind of vegetables?
Well, you had cabbage.
Yeah.
And red cabbage.
There's various types of cabbage. Yes.
Yes, green cabbage, red cabbage, and perhaps maybe some carrots.
Some what?
Carrots.
Oh, carrots.
Yeah.
Well, those are the horrible vegetables. Nobody wants to eat those. That's pig food. That is.
They must have thought we were all pigs.
Oh, it's a horrible thing to say.
1957.
1957.
That's a long time before you were born.
Yeah, well, not long time, but a little time before I was born. Yeah.
Yes, well, that's when they had technical schools and grammar schools.
Yeah. Well, they had grammar schools when I were a lad, but I didn't go to one. I went to a comprehensive in Essex, and then...
we didn't have those then.
And a completely different school in Embra.
Oh no, we didn't have comprehensive schools then.
And we didn't have school dinner in Embra, so Mum would give us money, and we, on the understanding that we would go and buy some food, some fresh and nutritious, delicious food, which
chips.
Exactly right. Yes, spot on. Chips with a squirt of brown sauce on them, which is the way they do it in Embra.
Oh, Nick, you just reminded me of something else.
What?
When I was 8, I had to have a squint. I had a squint. When I was 4, I had measles and whooping cough together.
Oh.
And I finished up with a squint.
Blimey.
And when I was 8, my grandfather signed for me to have the operation.
Mm.
And, of course, I was bandaged after the operation all around my head.
Yeah.
And when I could then have a blank piece of black over me one eye,
yeah,
and then next day over me other, I said to one of the nurses, "What's this?" And she gave us a slice of dry bread with brown sauce on, and this was in the hospital, with brown sauce on. And I said, "What's this for?" She says, "That is to increase your appetite for your dinner."
Brown.
I never ate it.
No, I can imagine. Brown bread with... No,
white bread.
White bread with brown sauce.
Brown sauce on an hour before dinner.
That's an appetizer?
Yes, before your dinner.
Yeah, that'd be a no from me.
Well, I didn't eat it. It was an hour before dinner.
Right.
No.
Well, it certainly has been a pleasure waltzing down memory lane with you, Sheila.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers, my dear.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
You're joking.
Andy says, "Hi, Nick. I see Skier has managed to pull another football freebie. Does he ever pay for a ticket?" I don't know, we could ask him that question, then he'd use the glasses that he didn't pay for to peer at it on a piece of paper. Paul in Manchester says that Labour have been in power for months now. My cupboard door is still broken. Starmer said he'd fix everything. It's Nigel for me from now on. Well, that just makes perfect sense.
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah, he'll fix it for you. Let's see now. Portugal. Mark.
Oh, hi, Nick. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, excellent. Good. Yeah, well, I was calling about other stuff, but you started me thinking about school dinners. And I used to really like my school dinners because they were great.
Well,
and some of the ladies serving
what was great? What was
to get extra bits? And
extra
pieces.
bits? Right. Well, what?
Yeah.
What extra bits though?
Well, extra custard for the.
Right. Well, that's
warning here.
Spotted person.
Yeah, that one.
Well, that's
what
pudding.
To say was,
well, hang on a minute. That's pudding. That doesn't really count. What was the main part of the meal, or did you just skip that bit?
No, of course. It was like Mondays was stew, and I can't remember Tuesday. Wednesdays was mince, beef mince with stuff, and Fridays was fish and chips.
Right. Is that how they described it on the blackboard? Meats with stuff.
It was probably mashed potato.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of it was like back in those days. It was powdered, wasn't.
Yeah, I think.
Mashed, actually,
I think the stew on a Monday is a bit of a giveaway. They just put whatever they didn't use on last Friday. They put it in the fridge, and then come Monday they just cut the mould off it and put it in a big pot with some gravy.
That's right. I mean, my mum was a great cook, but I enjoyed the school dinners just as much as I enjoyed my mum's cooking.
Right.
It was cool.
Anyway.
Can we talk about cowboy films a bit?
Yeah, go on then.
Well, my favourite cowboy film is For a Few Dollars More. It's Clint Eastwood, my favourite cowboy, with Lee Van Cleef, and it's all to do with robbing the bank at El Paso and stuff, and there's horses and guns, and it's just brilliant. I love it.
The thing about those spaghetti westerns, though, is that they're just so slow, and they're so long as well. I mean, they're very long films, aren't they? I liked not the Secret Seven. That's not Western at all. That's Enid Blyton. That is the Magnificent Seven. That has to be the best cowboy film ever, doesn't it?
But yeah, I've got to say I don't remember it. We're talking. What stars are we talking there?
The Magnificent Seven. Unless I've got my wires crossed, it's Telly Savalas and Yul Brynner. Okay. Maybe Telly Savalas wasn't in that.
I'm with it. Yeah.
And the rest of them.
It's a bit back in the day though for me.
Oh no, I've got a better one. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. That has to be the best cowboy film ever.
No. Well, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I've got to give you that.
There you are.
I've got that on Prime Video. I watch it every now and again.
Yeah.
I do.
Morons. Yeah. I've got morons on my team.
and J.J. Cale.
J.J. Cale? What's that got to do with anything?
Well, it's got to do with last week. Tom was talking about the most boring bands I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I saw J.J. Cale at New Victoria Hall, and I've got to tell you, it was the most boring concert I've ever been to. They had no stage presence. Honestly, it was terrible. Awful.
J.J. Cale, but he's just one person.
J.J. Cale, I was expecting good stuff,
Yeah.
And
But the guy who did Paris, Texas, that J.J. Cale.
No, Paris, Texas was... No, that guitarist with the slide guitar.
Isn't that J.J. Cale?
No. Blimey.
That's,
slide guitar. No, you got me there.
J.J. Cale. I don't think you got that right. I'm going to have to look that up.
J.J. Cale was naturally, they call me the breeze, I keep blowing down the road, that sort of stuff.
No, I don't know that. J.J. Cale is is an American guitarist, singer, songwriter.
Come on, man, that's classic stuff. You're not that much younger than me. I'm amazed you don't know him.
J.J. Cale, yeah, but I think that you're thinking of some... After Midnight was J.J. Cale, and I think that he... After Midnight, hang out... You know,
Yeah,
Eric
that's right.
Clapton sang that song. So it's one guy, it's not a band, it's just one bloke.
Well, no, there was 4 or 5 of them sitting on the stage, all sitting on tall stools, and they were just rubbish.
Okay, duly noted. I'll cross him off my list. Good work. Thanks a lot, Mark.
No, listen to the albums, man. If you don't know him, listen to them naturally.
All right.
Listen to it, Carl. It was really good stuff.
I'll do that, and you listen to Pat Metheny. We'll make a deal. How's that sound?
Pat Metheny.
Pat Metheny. Metheny.
Okay.
All right. I may have got an E wrong there, but it's something like that, there or thereabouts. We're just, swapping suggestions. Better than swapping spit. Oh. This text says, on a recent Nick Abbot Habit episode, you mentioned that you saw a bird with a long beak, a small grey body, a long tail and long legs, walking around as though it owned the place. As an expert, I can tell you that you did in fact witness Jacob Rees-Mogg going for a wander in his usual Undertaker suit. Is that right, Smug?
I don't know anything.
He doesn't know anything. Which will come as no surprise to anybody who has heard him talk. The man knows nothing.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
He's just one long grey sigh, isn't he? Listening to him speak, it's like listening to the last breath of a dying man. Why would anybody want to listen to that? GP in, not a GP, but GP in Devon says, do you do requests? No. He says, if so, I'd like to hear a bit more complaining. Nowhere near enough lately, a bit unnerving, says GP. Well, leave it with me, GP, and I'll do my best. How many of these have I got left? Oh, my God. Way too many. All right, I'll try to wipe some of these up, and then we'll take the news and take more calls. This says, it's a Windsor anthem, not a national anthem. Oh, a fealty warble to arbitrary Hanoverian relics essential to their branding scheme. Jingles sell washing up liquid. Well, you're all over the place. What on earth does any of that mean? Glenn from Kent says, the Daily Mail is not qualified to talk about patriotism when Lord Rothermere, the owner, lives in Monte Carlo, identifies as French for tax reasons, and is a non-dom when he visits his England mansion, says Glenn. Andy in Plymouth says, Carsley is such a nasty, evil, non-anthem singing creature that not one of the media outlets have mentioned the fact that as England under-21 manager, he won the 2023 European Championship. Personally, I blame it on Meghan Markle because she made him do it, says Andy. Yeah, the press are out of their minds. I mean, the England under-21 European Championship must be as difficult to win for those respective teams as the real thing. Because guess where the national teams get their senior players from? The under-21 teams. Tessa texts, there is a Siberian kitten at number 10 Downing Street. Don't tell certain right-wing papers it will be splashed all over the front page, because they come over here looking for strokes. Lee in Northwich says, oh my God, it's going to be the Christmas A to Z soon. Where's the year gone? Seriously, where have you put this year, Nick? I don't know. It just is, it's too weird. I mean, I do the month ahead forecast on a Friday, and the month ahead forecast now includes much of October. How can that be? And doesn't it feel this year as it's the exact same thing that happened last year? It felt like, I mean, even though the summer was worst summer ever, it did feel summerish. There was, warmth on the wind. It felt like you could, go down to the seaside for a day and not get frozen to death. And then somebody just switched the light off on the 1st of September. It was as though we went from the light into the dark. And now it literally is dark. And it seems to be getting significantly darker, like weirdly quickly darker. I think because of the elliptical orbit that we take around the sun, there is a part of the year where you don't just imagine that it's getting either lighter or darker, depending on the season, very, very quickly. It actually is. And I think we're at that period now. We're hurtling towards the dark.
Oh, no.
Yes. And pretty soon the clocks are going to go back. I can't stand it. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning. Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Some nobody.
John in Sligo says Nick Carsley should be sacked. And if you're thinking, who? He is the interim England manager for a brief period, only. Nick Carsley should be sacked. England can't be allowed to have a manager who may win a major trophy. The press need England to keep failing so they can vent their anger at England managers not winning trophies. Yeah, I think there's a bit of that, yeah. Vicky in Gloucester says, hi Nick, been in bed all day, poorly, so it would really cheer me up if you could say happy birthday for tomorrow and play your birthday tune. Says Vicky. Ah, you're poorly.
Stop whining.
You want me to play this tune? I don't want to and you can't make me. Cumbernauld, Andrew.
Hello again, Nick.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Just to say the best Western film ever made was Unforgiven, the Clint Eastwood film.
It's a bit dour.
Yes, well, apparently life in the advancing West was slightly dour and Spartan, to say the least.
Yes, muddy.
Yes. And squelchy and...
oh, please. Well, there's no need to...
there's no need to lower the tone.
Exactly. There's no need to get into squelch. Not really, no.
Okay, and the other point I was wanting to make was...
Can I just bring up your first point before you leave it?
No problem at all. Fire away.
The Unforgiven. I seriously doubt that anybody could say it's a more enjoyable film than Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Well, I've not seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, so I cannot comment.
Kidding me? You haven't seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid?
I have not. So I can't comment. I can't agree or disagree with you.
Do you have a television?
I do not.
You don't have a television?
I do not.
Well, how do you watch films?
I very rarely do, but I've not seen a new film since 19 Canteen or whatever.
Since when?
Not since a long time ago.
Right. Well, you haven't missed anything.
Yes.
Not really.
Right. Good. Thanks for the update. It's good to know.
Right. What else?
The other point I was looking to make was Donald Trump seems to think that the money to pay for childcare is going to be paid by the taxes on imports, and those taxes on imports are going to be paid by foreign countries.
Right, he's an idiot.
Not really. Yes, he is an idiot, because it's actually tariffs, and the tariffs don't get paid by the country that is exporting it. It gets paid by the people importing it, so it's just another tax on the American people.
But his fans, they don't know that because they're dinglings. The morons with the MAGA hats, they don't understand that, and so he can keep telling them anything they like because he's going for the low IQ level.
I love the poorly educated.
Those are his fans, the very low IQ people. He's zeroing in on that demographic, and he's doing very well with the low IQ people.
He's a living embodiment of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Correct the window.
Yes, I'm sure you're smart enough to know what that is.
I'm familiar with that effect, yes.
You're familiar with the concept.
Yeah.
So, and that's our Donny.
Right.
Thinks he's smart, but no.
But no.
Our survey says no.
Well, he does keep telling us.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He's like a smart person. We should trust him and believe him.
Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Okay.
I think I'm going to believe him on this.
Bing bong.
I believe every syllable of what he just said there.
Bing bong.
Yeah, that part I do believe. Good work, Andrew. Thanks a lot, mate. Got to go. 0345 6060 973. A lot of people, they come to me, they say, sir, you have the best words. I say thank you. Vicky in Gloucester says, I can't believe it, Vicky. You keep bothering me with your complaining. Again? You want me to play it again? There you are. Happy birthday, for crying out loud. Now, leave us alone. This text says, let me know if I do start a fight between Manchester and Birmingham. I'll try to drag Sheffield into it as well. This was, I think somebody... Was it today or yesterday? I don't know. It all melds into one to me. Somebody rang in and suggested that Birmingham had produced better bands than Manchester.
Calm down.
Calm down. And people in Liverpool have their finger in the air, wishing to raise a point of order. Brad says, Nick, following on from last week, I realised one thing. Your favourite Oasis song tells a lot about you. For example, if you have a favourite Oasis song, you probably have bad taste in music, says Brad. I cannot believe that this country... I mean, there was a band that sailed into success on a tsunami of hype. That was that Battle of the Brits, the Britpop bands. It was all hype. It was record company hype. And this entire nation fell for it. Blur versus Oasis. Both of their sales skyrocketed as a result of that phony hype. And we've just done it again. 350 quid to stand to see that? You've got to be kidding me. This says, I went to see Alien Romulus this week and it was really good. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I actually thought it was quite a different style of film from the trailers depicted it to be, and a lot better for it. Well, I haven't seen the trailer. I don't know anything about it. Other than it mostly comes out at night. Mostly. Very much looking forward to that. Finally, a film that might be good. I can't remember the last time I saw a good film. You know, actually paid my own money to go and see a film that was actually good. Peter in Kingsthorpe texts, I'm pretty sure Clive Anderson is also a barrister as well as a comedian, so that explains him chipping into the prisons debate. Right. Okay. Does he practice as a barrister, though? I mean, was he talking as a barrister when he said that people in prison should be given forced labour to go and build other prisons? Because that seems that seems more like a comedian's idea than a barrister's idea to me. So which hat was he wearing? 0345 6060 973. Belfast, Brendan. Oh, Brendan.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sorry,
there you are.
I was listening on speaker and I had to switch to iPhone. I just thanks for taking my call, by the way.
Thanks for making your call.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No,
appreciate it.
Thank you. Dinner ladies. When I was a kid in the 60s, my mum was the cook in our school dinner hall, and two of my aunts were her assistants, and then, you know, people that she knew, they were, you know, hired and fired depending on my mum's goodwill. So the whole, and there was I think there was 1,500 kids at the school, plus all the teachers had to pay. You know, they didn't get it for free. But I would never go. And I would never go to the school meals because my mum and my two aunts.
Yes.
You know, so
too embarrassing. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So I would never go. I mean, I was like 7, 8, and 9 and 10-year-old during this period. Well, eventually all my mates, you know, in school and that, they were saying, because all the teachers had to treat me well or my mum would have poisoned them. So, you know.
So you'd have hit them upside the head with a ladle. Yes.
Yeah, no, that I had a bad case of diarrhea if they had attacked me, because it was a school that used corporal punishment as a first resort.
Well, yes.
But,
yeah. What kind of corporal punishment did you have? Because we had the belt in my school.
No, we got took into the storeroom and beaten with a leather strap. Sometimes it had the leather strap would have been opened, and penny coins would have been inserted into it and then stitched.
What?
Yeah, just to make it that. Yeah, just to make it that bit firmer.
Good grief! Well, our belt was about 2 foot long, and it was split, like quite thick. It was about a 1/4 inch thick, something like that, and it was split up the middle to about halfway, lengthways, so that it parted in the air and came together on the palm of your hand, like that.
No, our straps, as we called them, were like maybe maximum 1 foot long,
right,
and. They hurt.
Yeah.
But anyway, the story
I tell you when they really, really hurt. Did they hit you on your hand, right?
That's exactly.
Yeah.
You had to put one hand on top of the other.
On top of the
with
other.
your palms.
And then they put the Bible on top of the top hand by the wrist.
No, there was no Bible.
Oh, well, they did
But
it as. A Bible over your wrists, so you didn't get... your wrists weren't sliced open.
Wow.
Because it was corporal punishment, not capital punishment.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
That's totally new to me about the Bible.
And this was in Scotland, so your hands were freezing cold all the time. And of course, if your hands are cold, then it hurts
You had to
10
rub them on your
times
jeans.
as much. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Scotland must have been quite the same as Northern Ireland at that time then, because we are basically this quite, we're cousins. But back to meanwhile, back at the school dinners.
Yeah.
So I refused to go because it was too much, and
Didn't your mum want to know where you were?
No, because my mum would make me a lunch. So if you didn't go to school meals, or if your father was working, and you were able to afford to pay for school meals, you got a blue ticket if you were poor, and that meant you get the school meals free. But which I was entitled to because my father was dead. Even though my mother was working, it was only still a single parent.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't go because of the embarrassment. So my mum, I was her youngest, her baby, and he would just make me sandwiches.
Right. And you had your mother in her time off do the thing that she did at work.
Yes.
Just because you didn't want to go. Wow.
Yes, and the sandwiches that she made me were usually from the meat, etc., that was served the day before. So I was still eating school meals, except they were in a sandwich.
Right.
But anyway, it's okay. So eventually, in primary 7, which was my last year in primary school, where my mum was the cook, I eventually agreed to go. And I remember starting in the queue with my tray, to walk up to the hatch. Mm-hmm. And they were like flies round jam, all my schoolmates. Everybody wanted to be my friend. Everybody wanted to stand beside me and laugh and ha-ha at every word I said. It was like I was a film star. And I was overcome because they were all getting extra portions. They were all getting, bigger desserts.
Because that's what you want an extra portion of. Nobody wants extra portions of carrots, do they?
Well, see our school meals at that time, which I discovered, and it stayed with me to this day. Two of my one of my favourite meals and one of my favourite desserts. On a Friday, my mum would serve chips, grated cheese, chopped tomatoes, chopped onions, scallions we call them.
So it's a pizza, but with a chip base.
No, these were all separately on the tray when you collected them. No, These were all separate, plus sliced boiled eggs. And for dessert on Friday, you would have really nice creamy custard and plain, like a Madeira cake. So
that is a really bizarre plate full of food. Cheese, what isn't it? Cheese, chips, boiled egg. What was the rest of it?
Sliced boiled eggs. Yeah.
And
sliced tomatoes.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what you call scallions in England. What do you call scallions?
They're like little onions, right?
Yeah, no, the long ones.
Yeah,
with the stem.
Salad onions, I guess.
Yeah, and we call them scallions. But
that just sounds like fridge scrapings to me. That just sounds like whatever they had left from the week.
It's beautiful during the summer.
Okay.
Beautiful.
All right. Well, I'm writing this recipe down as we speak, and I'll knock it up for myself tomorrow, and I'll have a full report on your desk first thing Monday morning. How's that sound?
What about the cowboy?
What cowboy?
While I was waiting, I was listening, and somebody mentioned cowboys.
Yeah.
And I think my favourite cowboy movie was, probably because I saw it in the movies when I was a kid, at the Saturday matinee, would have been The War Wagon.
Right, I'm unfamiliar with that. I'll put it on the list, but I think I'm looking at somebody's suggestion here, and I think that they've actually won. All of the ones that we've mentioned so far, including Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which is probably the most enjoyable Western that I know of, until somebody reminded me of this one. And I'll give you that suggestion after this short break. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I just want to tell you all how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again.
It's a radio show, dear. Josie from Wales texts The Outlaw. Get it?
No.
Yeah, we're still talking about cowboy films. How we got onto this, I have absolutely no idea. This show was like this when I got here. But I do believe that Clive has got the answer to the question that none of us has been asking. Which is the best cowboy film of all time? Now, my suggestion was Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which I would stand by until I saw this suggestion here. And it is Blazing Saddles. Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome, come on in. That one. Yeah, I think that topic is now closed. We have a winner. Now then, Teignmouth in Devon. Hello, David. Too late. Perth. Mike.
Hello. Oh, it's closed. Your westerns are closed now.
I don't think we're going to beat Blazing Saddles, are we?
No. I you know something? I would almost agree with you. But the chap just before there mentioned The War Wagon. If it ever comes up, have a look at it. I've just watched it fairly recently. John Wayne, Kirk Douglas, really good.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, I just wanted to correct you. Terry Savalas was not in The Magnificent Seven.
No,
he was. You might have been mistaken. He was in The Dirty Dozen.
Right.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, he was in The Dirty Dozen.
I got my bald-headed actors mixed up. It was.
No, you got the other one.
Yul Brynner. Yul Brynner was in The Magnificent Seven.
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's one of my quirks at The Magnificent Seven, where Holst Buchholz, Brad Dexter, Robert Vaughn,
yeah,
James Coburn, Charles Bronson,
yes,
Steve McQueen, and Yul Brynner.
Steve McQueen, yes, absolutely correct, sir. I'm going to guess.
Very much.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Good work, Mike.
Bye.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. I have absolutely no idea whether what he just said is correct, but I'm going to agree with him anyway. I'm just spreading happiness. Karen in Cheshire says, 1960s food. Sandwich spread looked like sick. Oh. I love sandwich spread. I bought a jar of that just recently. I put it on everything. Oh, what memories. I can't believe they're still making it. And they're still making it, it tastes the same. I love that stuff. Tinned fruit salad had pea green balls in it, which were small grapes. Says Karen. I like tinned fruit salad too. And I like the pea green balls. The small grapes in tinned fruit salad. See, I don't mind fruit being cut up into squares and, put with like a syrup of some sort of juice. What I couldn't stand was vegetables being cut up into small squares and presented with whatever that slime was that they came in. That stuff was absolutely repellent. How could they make ordinary vegetables taste that bad? It's like a special skill. Stephen Wimendum is what I'm going to guess. Nick, I think you'll find frog spawn at school was tapioca. Awful pudding, but still an improvement on semolina and pink custard. Pink? Well, I never heard of pink custard. But semolina and tapioca, to me, that's the same thing. It's disgusting mush in a bowl. Why would anybody eat that? Well, I mean, nobody outside of school has ever asked for tapioca or semolina. That's just a fact. This says, hi Nick, this Starmer story about Thatcher's portrait. I have recently moved my life-sized Thatcher portrait from the toilet into the cupboard under the stairs as it was putting me off. Yeah, that would put me off too. Can you imagine going for your happy morning sit-down and forgetting it's there? Good grief. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. School lunches quickly. You missed out the best pudding of all, blancmange.
Blancmange, yeah. Now, Angel Delight, is that the kind of thing you're talking about?
Yeah, it was something like that, but a bit different texture. It was weird, fluffy, and I don't know. I don't quite have to describe it, but it came in about 6 different colours.
Yeah, if not flavours. Yeah. The thing about the colour is it tells your eyes that it's a different flavour. Like orange Smarties always taste like orange to me, but do they? Do they really? I don't think so.
No, I've never tried it, but school.
You've never tried a Smartie?
No, I've never tried the experiment of separating the colours and seeing if it tastes different.
Right.
But
so you've never been on tour with Van Halen then?
Rock and roll! Or M&M's or Skittles or whatever. But anyway, the schools did brilliant potatoes, and what they were undersized potatoes that couldn't be sold in the shops, about the size of a golf ball.
Yeah.
And they chucked them in an automatic peeling machine, which was like an upright washing machine.
Right.
The inside of which was coated with like sandpaper, and they chucked them in there for 20 minutes. That peeled them. Then they boiled them for about 5, maybe 10 minutes. Took them out the boiling water, drained them, and deep fried them.
Ooh, that sounds great.
It was like sort of a cross between a chip, and because it had been rough, the surfaces had been roughed up with this sandpaper. They were a little bit fluffy, so they absorbed the oil, and then fried crisp. So the nearest thing was it was a bit, in a sense, but imagine a Scotch egg.
Yes,
crispy on the outside, and then soft in the middle. They were delicious.
That sounds fantastic. I want them right now.
That was brilliant. But I really rang up about the Lee Carsley thing, because it's actually worse than the fact that he's Irish. The 2 people who scored for England had actually played for Ireland in their youth team.
Yes.
The Irish must have thought the 5th column had arrived.
And all of those reporters in the newspaper are checking themselves because they're delighted that we won and they want to write up a good news story about the England football team, but their instinct is to write the bad story about everything that you just described.
But another interesting thing, one of the Scottish squads once had more players born in England than Scotland. It's just their grannies had been born in Scotland or something.
Yeah.
And when they interviewed the team, you got Cockney, Bristol, Brummie, as well as Glasgow and what have you. But back in the day, if you were really good, you picked England. If you weren't quite so good, you opted for one of the peripheral countries. Yeah, because
you were more likely to be playing. Yeah. And regardless of their accent, were they all saying the same? Oh, yeah, it's all credit to the lads, and it's all credit to the fans, and it's all credit to the manager, and it's all credit to the fans and the lads and the manager. Is that about right?
Before they fell off the chair.
Yeah. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. You can WhatsApp us. It's the same as the phone number, 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbot, LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbot.
Hello, boys.
You've got a good, your mind is a little bit, you know what I mean, three-dimensional.
I still can't believe that Tory response to the report that said that the NHS, after 14 years of being defunded and pulled apart by the Conservative Party, the NHS is unable to fully support young children's health needs. And the Tories' response to that was that Labour are politicising children's health and not providing solutions. Can you believe how shameless these people are, Bodge? Yes. I am stunned. Well, the Labour Party is providing a solution. They're not politicising children's health. They are providing a solution. Solution one was get the Tories' hands off our NHS. All other solutions follow from that one. I can't believe that those people are still speaking. I'm very unclear.
I'm genuinely unclear.
Yeah, I'm unclear too. Andy in Edinburgh says, Nick, I loved school meals as I found a roll of dinner tickets and I ate free for about 2 years. Wow, we've got a real-life criminal listening to this show. You should be in Estonia, Andy. Speaking of which, this text says, Hi, Nick, if we start sending prisoners to Estonia, will it be against their human rights? No Sky TV or pool tables in their prisons? Well, I don't know that that's true. I bet there are. And if there aren't, then maybe that's the reason that they're so empty. Crims in Estonia, no, it's not worth doing the crime because when you do your time, you ain't got no Sky TV. Can you imagine? Chris in Stubbington says, semolina has the same texture of baby vomit. No way did I ever eat that at school. Even the teacher corrected me in an early 80s style. What does that mean? Baby vomit. Stop with the vomit. 0345 6060 973. East Scotland. Dollar. Ellie.
Hello, yes, I just would like to say, regarding the westerns, the best one I've ever seen is called Heaven's Gate, and it was made, well, it's an epic, actually. They all say it's a masterpiece, and I think it actually is. I'm not really into westerns, but this one is particularly good. It's got things on it like, well, it's got, for a start, it's got Jeff Bridges in it. Yeah. It's got Chris Christopherson and Heaven's Gate and John Hurt, and it's just an amazing film. It's a 207 minutes long film. But what initially happened is the man that put it through, called Michael Cimino, it's an epic western. They say it's a masterpiece. And so, Cimino. Have you seen it? Yeah.
No, I haven't. When it came out, it was the film that bust the movie
MGM.
company that made it. It was one of the biggest disasters of all time.
Yes, yeah. What happened is, I think because he was such a perfectionist, he kept on running out of budget, kept on reworking things, and I don't think the studio were too happy with him.
Yeah.
It then sort of got somewhat binned or something. I think someone came along at another time, I think in 2004, and decided, right, we're going to get this thing together. And it really is something else. I mean, it really is to watch.
And it still lasts 3.5 hours? I don't think I've got the patience for 3.5 hours.
207. Right. 207, but it's so enthralling that you do.
That's about 3.5 hours, more or less.
Yeah. You can take it in bits, so, Nick.
Yeah,
the other ones, you have to. Open Range is another really interesting one with Kevin Costner, Robert Duvall, and Anita Benin in it. Again, I'm not really into westerns, but this one's particularly good.
I recommend Blazing Saddles to you, Ellie.
I've seen it.
That will conclude.
I've seen it. It wasn't very good.
Are you kidding me? Not very good.
No, it wasn't. No.
Oh, please.
It's got sick humour, baked beans and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, that was just one small scene, Ellie. Get over it.
I know, but can I just say, Nick,
yes,
about Starmer? Why is Starmer starting at the bottom end, as in going for the pensioners' heating edition and tearing that up, and then talking about smokers being so far from the sort of whole industry around that's actually trying to survive. Things like cafes and pubs and stuff.
Yeah,
they're desperate.
There's two different issues.
Why start at that end?
Right, well, there are two different...
Why not? Sorry.
There are two different issues. The winter health allowance is one thing. But if you want to talk about smoking, I remember everybody had the exact same arguments about giving up or about the ban on smoking indoors when that happened. They all said, all the pubs are going to close, all the restaurants are going to close, nobody's going to be paying attention, everyone's going to be smoking indoors anyway, they're going to be ignoring the law, and none of that happened.
I know, but this in particular, particularly when they're having such a tough time trying to survive, it's a bit, why doesn't Starmer go for the very people that have actually not been paying into the country for mega years, as in the people at the top of the tree that haven't really been paying their taxes?
All right, but... It's early days. It's not even 100 days in yet. The winter fuel allowance was perhaps an unforced error. Who knows what was going through their minds when they came up with that. It's not going to make them... it's not going to endear them to the nation. But if you're going to do something like that, do it early. And then by the time the next election comes around, people will have forgotten about it. The other side of that is there's many tens of thousands of people who were alerted by the government that they aren't in receipt of pension credit, and they deserve it. They are applicable to receive it. So those people are going to be gaining much more from that than they will be losing with the winter fuel allowance. So they will actually be up on the deal. But for the smoking thing, let's just get rid of smoking altogether. It's just absolutely ludicrous that we continue to sell, where children buy sweets, a product that kills 100 million people a year. How the people that manufacture that product and sell it are not in jail right now, I don't know. Ellie, I've got to go. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. They're not in jail. They are welcomed at the tables of high society. Drug dealers. It's the silliest drug that has ever been invented. The only pleasure that you get from taking cigarettes is relieving the pain of not taking them. How are they getting away with it? Anyway, don't get me started. We should... that was the only thing that this guy...
This government...
That bloke actually had a good idea about. Now, the way in which he was going to do it seemed a bit weird and a bit hard to police, stopping the sale of cigarettes by age. I mean, it's either all out or all in. Pick one. But I think a more sensible idea would be to do something that you could actually detect with your eyeballs from a distance whether people were actually obeying the law or not. Are you in a place where a lot of people congregate? Are you smoking a cigarette? Well, if so, no. Makes perfect sense to me. Let's see now. How many more of these? I'll have to pace myself because I've only got a brief 3-hour show, and oh my God, that's just too many. Way too many. How do these people get my number? Ray text, thinking of how most folk mumble the national anthem, Canned Heat going up the country would be perfect. A proper mumbly song and super cheerful. If not, how about Spice Girls, Spice Up Your Life? That's no and no in that order, Ray. This says, hey, about the 6th verse of our dreadful national anthem. It's about crushing the Scots. Yeah. Verse 6. Lord, grant that Marshal Wade may by thy mighty aid victory bring. May he sedition hush, and like a torrent rush, rebellious Scots to crush, God save the King. Yeah. It's just an abysmal song. Everything about it, the lyrics, the tune, everything. And it's not English, it's British. It's not the England anthem, it's the British anthem. Why are we playing it in events that are specifically English? Helen in Harrow says, the English football manager is Irish. The new Irish manager is English. But the two goal scorers played for Ireland first and then started playing at a young age. It's just, it's just filling us in there, Helen. Thanks for that. This says, Nick, didn't Penny Mordaunt write our national anthem? Because when you stand up and fight, the person beside you stands up and fights. And when our party stands up and fights, the nation stands up and fights. She's a very, very fighty person. We're still not missing you, Penny, by the way, in case you were wondering. She's not going to be the dear leader of the Conservative Party. Isn't that sad?
Oh, no.
Yeah, very, very sad. But they're choosing them at the moment. While some other candidates are still short of the fundraising target required to stay in the race, Robert Jenrick is outgunning his Tory leadership rivals with the big donors after raking in £250,000 by the end of last month.
What?
250 grand he's pulled in. Now, and you might think, what's he going to do with that? Jenrick raised £250,000 for his candidacy by the end of August, while his nearest competitor, Kemi Badenoch, reached about 200 grand. And why do they need that much cash just to present themselves to the massed ranks of harumphing old geezers and their good lady wives who prop up the bar at the golf club? If just being unhinged was enough to get them to vote for the Lizbot as the leader of the Conservative Party and thereby inflict that hot mess on the nation, no money required, eh, Liz?
Absolutely.
Well, under the Conservative Party's rules, those who make it to the final four on Tuesday are going to have to hand £50,000 to the party. The two candidates who make it to the final round after the party's conference in October will have to sign a further cheque for £150,000 to Conservative headquarters. Good grief. I mean, it's the party with corruption actually written into its rule book. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
The three other candidates are lagging behind Jenrick and Badenoch in the fundraising stakes. Cleverly, James brought in just below 100 grand. Tugendhat, Tom, 70 grand. And Mel Stride, just £30,000. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Mel who? It's too late to explain now. He's out of our lives. 30 grand just does not get you a look in at this game. Tugendhat got 44,500 from a company called Blue WV, which was set up in November last year and is controlled by a former number 10 special advisor, Guy Miss Campbell. Tugendhat's team did not respond to questions about what the company does and whether Miss Campbell is the ultimate source of the money. Priti Patel, the sixth contender who left the race this week, raised more than £180,000, including £70,000 from major Tory donor Lubov Chunukin, a businesswoman and wife of former Deputy Finance Minister in Putin's Russia. All of which sounds totally above board, no? Can you believe this? Priti Patel, by the way, you will be devastated to learn, failed to win enough support from Conservative MPs and was eliminated, freeing her time to follow her hobbies of strangling kittens and drowning puppies and kicking the walking sticks away from old ladies who look woke. The Conservative Party has placed a big emphasis on the ability of candidates to raise funds after being left with little money after the election, says this story. Determining the leader dependent on how much money they can scrabble together from sources unknown. Hey, what could possibly go wrong, eh, Bodge? Yeah. One source in one of the leadership camps says the candidates had been forced to spend a lot of time drumming up donors, but the next week would be all about talking to colleagues, as another candidate is going to be eliminated on the basis of MP support. And after that, 4 candidates will give speeches at the party conference in early October. before the field is further whittled down to 2, and then they'll have to sit in a glass box and have spiders poured all over them and spend a fortnight in the company of Nadine Dorris. Can you imagine? Of the 6 candidates, Patel came last with 14 votes, despite being the best-known candidate outside of Westminster. She polled just behind Mel Stride, who got 16, and Tom Tugendhat with 17 votes. And the results left Jenrick narrowly favourite with the bookmakers. About how much rides on the performance of the final 4 candidates at the Tory conference later this month, well, we just don't know. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Aren't you thrilled at the prospect?
No.
Well, you're not the only one, Carol. Because I have detailed files on who actually cares about any of this. I'll come to that in a minute.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Yes, it's about the next leader of the Conservative Party. And I have detailed files on who actually cares about that. But I must take a call first, because otherwise that would be rude. Manchester. Hello, Raj.
Hi there, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Well?
Yes, very well.
Good. So I've got a few things to say, actually. So first of all, because you just mentioned it, that 180 grand that Priti Patel raised, what happened to that?
I don't know. Dancing.
I bet she keeps it, you know. I bet she keeps it.
Yeah, dancing lessons, I think.
Oh, she needs them.
Yeah.
So because you know in America when they have the elections there, whatever money's left over for they keep that money, you know.
No, they don't.
They do.
No, they don't. Do you mean the candidate keeps the money that they don't spend that they raise?
That's right.
Right. No, they don't.
They do. Well, anyway,
I bet Donald Trump keps the money.
Well, either way, he'll keep the money. But I think the candidate keeps the money. I'm pretty sure they do. Anyway. First of all, pensioners and their money taken away from the heating thing. Well, I think it's just retribution, isn't it, from Labour
for not voting Labour? Yeah, they're all Tory voters. Yeah, they deserve everything they get. Is that your position?
I'm pretty sure, and I think they'll be here for at least 10 years now. So most of those people who voted for Conservative will probably not be around in another 10 years.
Dropped off the end of the conveyor belt of life. Yeah.
Exactly. Now that's the other one. Estonia. So if you have a look at statistically, Nick, I think their number of people in their prisons versus the percentage versus people in prison is very, very, very low. Either their police are terrible at their job, they can't get anyone, or 2, their prisons are so bad that it is a proper deterrent. And nobody wants to do anything bad because they'll get locked up in these horrible prisons. Well,
I don't think bad prisons actually act as a deterrent, because there are bad prisons all over the world and they're absolutely chock full of prisoners.
But on a slightly serious note on the prison one, we've got something like 10 to 12,000 people in our prisons who are non-UK nationals.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, about 10 to 12,000. And then people are going to get deported after their sentence ends anyway. So why don't we just send them over anyway?
Well, because where's the punishment in that? Giving them giving them a one-way ticket back to home?
Yeah, well, at least they're not in our hair. At least we're not paying for them 50 grand a year.
Well, that's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, but we could say to them, their government, right, look, whatever sentence you give our people, British people, we'll put that, they'll have to serve that in our prisons, and vice versa. So whatever sentence we give, you have to get these people to do that sentence in your prisons.
Well, but what if they say no?
Well, we just still send them back.
We start a war.
No, we're going to send them back anyway.
Yeah.
So anyway, on that one also, right? There's on the prison. There's only about between 300 and 500 people, or British people, who are in foreign jails.
Well, I don't know that that's true or not, but carry on.
It is true. It is true. I'm going to say this so we end up getting about maybe 300 or 500 people back, for example. Are we going
to do a deal with the world? Are we?
Yeah, but we just send them back anyway.
Right. Okay, you keep making the same point over and over again.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's 50 grand a year. That's enough of a point, isn't it? 50 grand a year to keep somebody locked up for a few years.
Yeah.
Just get rid of them.
Okay.
Just get a those now.
All right. Again, with the same point over and over again. It's like
it's a good point.
It's like an echo in here.
I know. There was something else I was going to say as well, actually.
Yeah?
Oh, No, it's gone. It's gone.
Oh, and so have you. Never mind. Better luck next time. Thanks a lot, Raj, for, whatever that was. It says, God Save the Queen is an anthem about saving a super-rich monarch and his family members, all funded by the taxpayers. Forget any nonsense about the royals attracting tourists. It's not the monarch that attracts tourists, it's our heritage and history. Here in France, they found a way to resolve the expense of having a monarchy many years ago. Many years ago. Yeah. Yeah, the royal family does not attract tourists. That is a proven fact. Please do not ring me and tell me that they do, because they don't. This text says, Dick, if you think semolina is bad, what about the new craze for bubble tea? The bubble bit is tapioca. How horrible is that? Is it? I've heard of bubble tea, but I've never tried it or really investigated what it might be. Because why would you? I mean, does it sound nice? Bubble tea. No. Do I want tea with bubbles on it? No, thank you. Hold the bubbles. That sounds like a terrible idea. But I do recognise that I have passed bubble tea emporia. Now, there's a coffee shop on the corner of every street in the land. And you'd think that the market would be saturated by now. So people are trying to come up with, ways to exploit a gap in the market. And they thought, tea? I mean, this is a tea-drinking nation. Why don't we have tea places? It's weird, isn't it? We tea is what we drink. I'd have to look it up, but I think it's still probably our favourite drink. It's the nation's beverage. But we're all about coffee, buying it outside, and not tea. The only people who have tea outside are your parents and their parents. Nobody under the age of, shall we say, 60 years old ever orders tea out. Because apart from anything else, it's revolting. How do they make tea taste so bad out? I mean, it's just bags and water, crying out loud. You'd think that coffee would be more complicated because you've got to actually grind it. And the water temperature's got to be just so, which is, why people go to barista university for 6 years or whatever it is, so they can learn to draw a palm tree on the froth on the top of your coffee. Can you draw a palm tree on the bubbles on the top of your tea? I don't think so. Tapioca. Would you like tapioca with your tea? No. No. This text says, I think within the next 2 days, Trump will invent an excuse not to participate in the September the 10th debate with Kamala Harris. I bet he's not looking forward to that at all. He's only doing it because she goaded him into doing it. Because he would look weak if he didn't. But I was reading an article about this, I think it was the Washington Post, maybe not. And they were saying that he's actually, as stupid and full of unformed thoughts as he is a very difficult person to debate because he doesn't actually say anything that you've ever heard before. I mean, you can prepare for answers to questions and you can prepare for the things that your opponent may have said in the past that would be his or her position on whatever the issues are. But you can't really debate somebody who comes out with, what about the late, great Hannibal Lecter? Because you really weren't expecting it. Or what would be better, to be electrocuted by the battery of a sinking boat or to be eaten by a shark? Because these are, it's like a random word-generating machine. So he is actually very hard to debate. Because apart from anything else, everything that drops out of his mouth is a lie. Quite often that he has just made up on the spot. And it's difficult to disprove a lie because you'd have to stop the programme, you'd have to go and research what it is that he just said and then come up with a counter-argument, and it's impossible. And I'm sure that Tory politicians used to do this all the time as well, because for a while there it did look like, what would Donald Trump do? You knew what any Tory politician was going to say or do, by the method of imagining what Donald Trump would do in any given situation. And he'd lie his face off. Under my presidency, we won 1 trillion jobs. Trillions and trillions of jobs. People come to me all the time, they say, sir, how did you do that? I said, it's fantastic. I say, thank you. He just comes out with this stuff, and it's impossible to say, no, it wasn't a trillion, it was this number over here. Because you weren't expecting... Hang on. Because you weren't expecting anybody to say anything quite so insane. You know,
Bing bong.
Crazy. But I'm actually looking forward to it. I can't believe I've actually said that out loud. I'm looking forward to a political debate on television.
Boring.
Usually.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Listen to him. He knows everything.
0345 6060 973. This text says, Nick, just read Herbie Flowers has passed away. Played with just about everybody, but will probably always be remembered for his bass line on Walk on the Wild Side. He really did play with absolutely everybody. I mean, the list of songs that he was on is just incredible. You can dial him up on the World Wide Wait and you'll be amazed. He was like the go-to guy if you wanted a bass player. It's just amazing. Herbie Flowers. Huh. Mikey says, hey, Nick, you mentioned Pat Metheny. By the way, Walk on the Wild Side. It's one of those songs that got played on the radio when it came out because it just sounds lovely, doesn't it? And it sort of fell victim to people's... because a lot of people are like me, they don't really listen to lyrics. And I'm sure that radio programmers back in the day didn't used to listen to lyrics either. But... when it comes on the radio now, you think, blimey, did he just say that? You do know what he's talking about, don't you? It was awful.
Disgusting.
But, yeah, that was him. James says, my dear old mum told me to never trust anyone who doesn't blink. Zuckerberg, Musk, Starmer, other cartoon characters, and Goldfish, please note. Well, that's just good advice. Mikey says, when you mentioned Pat Metheny, I thought this guy knows his music, one of the world's best guitarists. I've seen him live several times. Can't think of anything better than to hang out with you and listen to his vinyl, says Mikey. Well, would you be prepared to listen to it on streaming?
No.
No, I didn't think so, no. He's a purist. St. John's Wood. Hello, Jack.
Hi there.
Hello there.
May I talk about tax? Tax?
All right, then.
I keep hearing this expression, broad shoulders.
Yeah.
And I just like to clarify something. I mean, I don't earn a ton of money, but if you earn £100,000 in the UK, you pay $230,000 in stoppages. That is $4,400 a week. I just think that's enough.
Yeah, when he said he didn't really spell out precisely the wealth level that he was talking about. But when he said that, I assumed he did not mean people who are middle class. And I would say middle class would be a single earner making between 40 and 140,000 a year. And I know that's a big, broad range, but these people aren't, even at their top end. You talk to people that are earning that kind of money, and they'll say, "You know what? I earn all this money, but I don't seem to have any money. Where the hell does it go?" I know people like that. I know people who are on more than that, and they don't feel that they've got any money because your lifestyle increases, but irrelevant to how much money you've got coming in. So I don't think he's talking about them. I don't think he's talking about hope. Fingers crossed. He's talking about people who earn wages, because you don't get rich by earning wages. You get rich.
Oh, you can. You can get rich by earning wages.
Almost no one at all has got rich by wages. How you get rich is the appreciation of your assets.
Well, I got rich by wages over my life.
Well, what do you mean by rich?
Well, I got very, very, very... I don't have to worry anymore by earning very, very good salary. paying my tax and not wasting the money on rubbish.
Right.
But do you think that if someone earns 500,000, 30 is enough for the stoppages?
500,000, 30 grand?
If you earn 500,000,
yeah,
the stoppages you pay are 230,000 in tax and insurance. Is that not enough?
Right, stoppages, right, tax, right. Stop, you're confusing me with the word stoppages. Tax, that's what you're talking about.
Tax and insurance is
okay, all right.
230.
Okay, well, that sounds like a lot. Yes, I mean, it's about half there or thereabouts. But I am assuming that he is not talking about those people, that he's talking about people who are not well off or comfortable. But he's talking about wealthy people, the super rich. Those people, they can afford to pay tax, but crucially, they can afford not to pay tax. They can afford to employ buildings full of accountants and lawyers to make their money just disappear. It just vanishes, and the taxman has no way of getting hold of it. Those people, I assume, are what he is talking about.
But what do you think about people between 200 and 500,000 and pay their tax?
Well, you just keep making the same point over and over again, Jack. They pay a lot of money in tax. Yes, they do. And what they get for that is to live in an ordered society where you can be fairly sure that things will work reliably, that there is the rule of law, that the street lights will go on and your bins will get collected, and the people who work for the organisation that pays you that kind of money will get their health taken care of, and they got an education that makes them valuable to your company, and etc. and so on. That's the price of living in a decent country.
Yes, and people are very happy to pay that.
What?
People are happy to pay that.
But you don't seem happy. Jack?
I don't think you're getting me. You're just going on super rich and you're not really...
What is your point then? You want to pay less tax? You think you pay too much, you want to pay less?
No, that's not the point I'm making. You're listening to me, Nick, so I'm going to end the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, he sounded happy. He just made the same point over and over again. Don't you think that that's enough? Well, what the hell does enough mean? And neither did Keir Starmer say and specify any amount of tax that he was going to impose on anyone, or the amount of income that would trigger that imposition. I assumed that he was talking about the super rich, not just people who earn a wage. And by the way, the amount of people that earn between £250,000 and £500,000 as a wage is so vanishingly small that it's not even really worth talking about. Now, if I was earning the kind of money that bloke was, I think that my attitude would be a bit better. I think I'd be full of HAPP whiners, but he just seemed to be a right miserable sod. But never mind. Some people you just can't please. Stuart in Dordogne texts, Nick, I've just driven 800 kilometres through France. Beautiful towns and villages, perfect road surfaces and 28 degrees centigrade. I really miss the UK. Yeah, right. Paul in Bounds Green says, the best Western of the 1990s has to be Tombstone with Val Kilmer and Kurt Russell. Yeah, you lost me at Val Kilmer. No thanks. I don't think I've ever seen him in anything good. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Nick. Hi, good evening.
Jan.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a couple of points, about three things, but two very brief things, because I'm picking up on what you're saying about the Western. I think my favourite Western was made long before I was here. I'm not that old. Well, I'm not that young either. It was High Noon with Gary Cooper. You must have seen that one.
Yes.
A golden oldie sort of Western, yeah? One
of those films that's on in the daytime.
Gary Cooper, High Noon, made in 1952.
Yeah, usually starts...
the leading lady. Was it Grace Kelly was the leading lady?
Yeah, usually starts at about 12. Go on.
And maybe High Plains Drifters, another one that I like. Clint Eastwood. That was my. What did you have you seen those?
Ages ago. I can't remember anything about them. All westerns are the same, apart from Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid and Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah, I like Butch Cassidy, but I was thinking about the old Golden Oldie. But Nick, just very quickly as well, before I come on to the other one, was tapioca. It's actually the actual plant it's derived from is the root of the South American tree, the cassava plant. It's a tuber. I see them being sold in the market.
Oh, a tuber.
Yes,
oh well, in that case, in that case, I really don't like it.
No, but the tapioca is derived from that, and it's under the name that what tapioca, the original name it comes from, means dregs.
yeah.
Dregs.
Well, you got that right. Yeah.
So
it does. It looks and tastes like something they pulled out of the sink.
It's horrible. I remember that. But then my main thing I was coming to speak about was going on a reminiscent thing was this about school dinners. Which what happened to me was that I had I'll get to the point, but what happened it's how I became a vegetarian at a very young age, about the age of 12.
Yeah.
So I had a pet. Well, I made a pet of a cockerel we had.
A cockerel?
A cockerel. It was like something from a fairy tale. It was golden feathers in the sun. It looked gold, so I called it gold.
That looks lovely in my imagination.
So I made a pet of it, but no one else knew I made a pet of it. And that he was the only one. He was bought by accident. He was included by accident in he was one cockerel amongst 99 hens.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
That was one tired cockerel. Yeah.
Yes, so when they were bought as chicks.
Yeah.
And my mother bought them as chicks, which would have a lot of fresh eggs and maybe sell some.
So you made a pet of the cockerel, right?
Yes, and I used to spoil it, and I had a good relationship with him. They've got feelings.
What?
No, they've got feelings. I mean, he's I know he spoiled him with a lot of extra food. But he got
when you say feelings, you're not talking about can feel pain. You mean you had an emotional relationship with a cockroach. Okay.
Yeah, he would come running to me, not just for food. I think he liked my company as well.
Oh, right then.
No, I would look after him and give him extra food
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Extra food. Go on.
But one day, I came home from school looking for him to give him some extra food, and looking for him to run to me. And he actually was put down because he was actually making too much noise at 3:00 in the morning. Neighbours were complaining.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
And,
so you made a pet of it, and somebody else made lunch of it.
No. He belonged to us and my family, and we had a big, quite a large garden in the suburbs. Yeah. But it wasn't countryside enough for a cockerel that started to crow at 2 or 3 in the morning and wake everyone up. You know what I mean?
I mean, somebody near me had one once, and it was. It was far enough away to be amusing, but if I had been living next door to it, I would want to have strangled that bird.
Well, that's what. Well, I mean, he lost his head. I mean, let's put it that way. I came home from school and found him, but he was served up for lunch, Sunday lunch, and that was.
Oh, I said that as a joke, and you actually did that. That's hot. No, you ate your pet.
No, he ended up having to be put down because he was disturbing the neighbours too much.
Yeah, I know you said that, and then I said...
And he was served up for Sunday lunch eventually.
I can't believe it. You ate your pet.
It made me a vegetarian from a very young age. So although my mother went out of her way to do me special vegetarian meals, when it came to school, the only thing they would give me in those days was a thick slab of cheddar cheese.
For dinner?
Well, I mean, not just a cheese, but though there might be some nice vegetables with it, like roast potatoes and
a slab of cheese and roast potatoes. That was a meal.
That was the only thing they could. I was probably the only vegetarian in a school of 500 girls.
I mean, presumably, vegetables came with whatever they were eating. Couldn't they have given you that?
How do you mean? No, I mean, they had... I don't understand what you mean.
Well, if they were having fish and chips, for instance...
Oh, no,
fish and chips and peas, or beef and mash, whatever, couldn't you have had the meal without the meat part?
Yeah, that was it. It would be, I would have roast potatoes, or peas, or whatever vegetables there was, or sometimes washed out cabbage that's been boiled with all the goodness taken out of it.
Yeah.
And they weren't imaginative like they are today. You know, they didn't have anything like falafels.
Ugh.
You know what falafels are?
Yeah, hippie food.
No, like some Middle Eastern food. So
Yeah.
it's very tasty.
Like I
Falafels.
said, stuff that you buy at Glastonbury when the Pizza Huts run out.
Oh, or vegetarian sausages even. They didn't have that. But I became a vegan. I became a vegan later on. But then it was very boring. But my mother was good though. But it was that really turned me, because I really had a strong feeling. So I still have it now. I could never eat a chicken. I could never eat meat after getting close.
How about fish?
Well, I became a vegetarian. I did eat eggs, but I became a vegetarian.
Yeah, all right, okay,
later.
but fish are vegetables.
No. I was.
Yeah, I think you'll find that technically they are.
Fish.
Yeah.
Fish are vegetables.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Put them on your menu, Jan, and you can thank me. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Gotta go. Thanks for that.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Come on, we're running late.
Yeah, we are running late. What time is it? Oh, blimey. All right, let's have Cornwall. Hello, Malcolm.
Oh, Nick, how are you, sir?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, school dinners. I hated them, absolutely hated them so much in primary school that I never, ever had one in secondary school, not once.
Well, what did you eat?
Well, I was lucky. I had a grandmother who worked in a fish and chip shop Tuesdays and Fridays, and she used to make superb Sunday meals. So you'd always have a leftover meat and veggies for a fry-up on Monday, and on that left Tuesday and Thursday, which would be, whatever you could get. But yeah, so 5, 6 years in secondary, never had a school dinner. And, the idea of walking into a canteen now, looking back, I would just find, yuck.
Yeah.
You?
Well, when I was in Edinburgh, I didn't have school dinners either. We had money, and we bought on the days when the bag of crisps at morning break wasn't enough to see you through the day. I bought a bag of chips with brown sauce all over it, because that's the way they serve it in Edinburgh. But what I really spent my money on were records, because punk was in full effect in 1976-77 when I was 17 years old. And, so my dinner money went on records by the Swell Maps and the Mekons and good stuff like that.
It shows from the shape of your knuckle. You look about 8 feet tall and about 6 inches wide. So you look like you had a starved youth.
Yeah, I've been pulled like spaghetti. Yeah.
Yeah. But on the film thing, I think it would have to be a Clint Eastwood film. So The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, one of those. But
yeah, I don't think so. They're not very enjoyable. Let's be honest. They're too slow. It's not a character that you can really get into because he's just a blank. He's just like blank page. That man.
I was about to say, if you watched most of the films that you watched when you were sort of teens through to 20s, because I'm not sure there's many people who watch a huge amount of films after the age of, say, 30, 35, 40. I guess it's a younger person thing, when you're courting or when you're a kid and you're confined to the house.
Well, the evidence for that is the lineup at your local Cineplex, because it's all kids stuff.
But I think none of the films from the 60s, because that's my era, 60s, 70s, and maybe 80s, I don't think they stood the test of time awfully well. I mean, music-based films, no. I mean, they're never going to be the same 20 years on it, unless, they're a classic like Saturday Night Fevers or one of them. But I tell you a film I did enjoy, which was quite a few years ago was The Revenant with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, yeah, but that's
not so much.
Enjoy? I'm not sure about Enjoy.
No, it's a hard watch, but gripping. I thought, and I think a film which, when you watched it, you didn't think, oh, that was a wasted 3 hours, because, it really was a battle of survival, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's a really good film, I thought, but yeah.
All right.
But, and on that Starmer, I wanted to mention Starmer, who, he was down in my estimation, he goes up in my estimation, he goes down and then he goes up again. And he did a CD with this afternoon, and they were absolutely brilliant. He's starting now to perfect the blaming the Tory thing, I think, and he is doing a good job of sounding really convincing. But when he combines it with, I'm in Ireland and I'm taking in a football match, that sort of thing, I think is absolutely priceless. It's trolling at its best. Do you not think?
That he's in Ireland and he just happens to be going to a football match, rather than he went to Ireland to go to a football match. Is that what you mean?
Well, it's almost a summit, isn't it, in Ireland about UK-Irish relations, and clearly the date was set on the weekend with this football match, so that the football is clearly a part of the agenda. And there's no escaping that, because everything with Starmer is football, I think, which I think is brilliant. He is, that gives him a little bit of a man of the people sort of thing, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't look like the kind of guy who would wear a football shirt over a dress shirt and tie, like a certain individual I can recall.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Malcolm. Got to go. Somebody said, I hate Westerns, but always made an exception for Hannibal, Hayes and Kid Curry and Alias Smith and Jones. Yes, I loved that programme as a kid. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. And Bob in Southport says, the best Western is, in fact, Back to the Future 3. Yes, that is definitely on the list. How shall I finish? Because I do have detailed files about who cares about the next leader of the Conservative Party. 3 in 5 Brits do not care who becomes the next Tory party leader, according to a poll showing high level of public apathy over the party's latest leadership battle. We're too exhausted to care. All we want to know is that they're gone. That we aren't being gaslit every single day by a regimented troop of nodding dogs who get sent out to tell us that up is down and they're investing more on health and schools than any government in history, when you can't get an appointment with a consultant until you're either dead or cured, and the local school is teaching kids in porta cabins because the buildings are falling down. We aren't missing that. We aren't missing the daily stream of automatons who tell us that prices are going down and everything is cheaper because of their expertise in running the economy, when inflation being lower than it was does not mean that prices are going down. Yes, Chris Philp, I am talking about you. We aren't missing that either. Basically, it's nice to be talked to like we're adults by politicians who actually appear to be acting in the nation's interest, rather than seeing how far up the ladder they can scramble and how much of our money they can funnel to their friends while telling us they're doing us a favour. This survey by Ipsos found 62% of Brits do not care very much or at all who replaces Rishi Sunak, compared to 35% who care a great deal or a fair amount. Rishi Sunak. Isn't that a blast from the past? Whatever happened to him? In fact, whatever happened to the lot of them? We know that Mr. Blobby is scribbling daft columns behind a paywall for a paper that must be ruining the day they ever gave him a contract, because he can't be driving subscriptions to read the drivel written by
the great big greedy nincompoop.
Abbot.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And to replace Tishy Suit Size, well, there's a whole cartoon villain list of deplorables and unmentionables and people that most of us wouldn't be able to pick out of a lineup. Kemi Badnock, James Cleverly, Robert Jenrick, Priti Patel, Mel Stride, Tom Tugendhat, almost all still battling it out to be crowned the next Conservative leader, while simultaneously auditioning for the new Addams Family film. The 6 contenders whittled down to 4 prior to the Tories' annual conference in October, with a final pairing decided by mid-October. Isn't it exciting? Nobody cares. A winner is going to be declared on the 2nd of November, following a vote of the party's membership. And keep in mind, by the way, that the party's membership are those geniuses who gave the country the Lizbot.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Those people. An Ipsos poll this month found 18% of Brits believe Cleverly would do a good job, but more believed he wouldn't. Priti Patel, the former Home Secretary, follows close behind. 17% believed she would do a good job, but way more think she wouldn't. And, well, she's out, of course, but Patel is recognised by more people than any of the others. In other words, we know her well enough to know that we absolutely do not want her anywhere near the reins of power. It seems like the more we know them, the more familiar we are with each of the candidates, the less we like them. Which sounds about right. Tom Tugendhat, the Shadow Security Minister, rates the same as Patel, but is disliked less than her, probably because few people have any idea who he is. I mean, was there during the last few governments, but, you know, when you're on stage with clowns, it's a bit hard to get noticed. Isn't that right, Bodge? Mel Stride has a rating of 0. The same number said he would be good as said he would be bad, a big fat 0. But a big shout-out to the two candidates in the poll who scored better favourability ratings than negativity ratings. And they are Stuart Lewis and Sarah Lewis, who polled 9% and 6% respectively, but scoring more positive than negative scores for both of them, which is interesting because they will be hampered, Stuart Lewis and Sarah Lewis, in gaining the nomination because they do not exist.
What?
Yeah, these pollers put the two names in there just to fool people. And they, turns out they're the most popular on the list. A sense of humour from a major pollster there. I suppose that a life of staring at numbers makes you want to laugh every now and then. Funny, no?
No.
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 Funny, no?
No.